Chapter 1. Who Am I Really? The village, Kanahegakure. A village situated in the land of fire. It is a ninja village, peaceful but deadly, led by the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He took over after the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, died, sealing the nine-tailed demon fox into a young boy. Pain and loneliness. That is all Naruto Uzumaki has known in his short life. As he digs in another trash can, hoping to find something edible, he thinks on his short life. At 6 years old, he has been on his own for over 2 years now. Ever since he got kicked out of the orphanage at 4 just for asking for some food. Why isn't there ever anything to eat here? He asks himself. He tenses as he hears a bottle roll, eyes darting around. Looking for any danger, he turns down the ally. It's nothing, he murmurs. There he is, shouts a voice coming from the other end of the ally. Today we will finally get our revenge. We will finally finish what the Yondaime Hokage started 6 years ago. We will kill the demon and get revenge for killing our families and the Yondaime. Naruto turns and looks behind him, frightened as he sees a large group of people standing there. He sees both villagers and ninja holding various weapons, from pitchforks, kunai, and even broken bottles. Naruto bolts in that moment, knowing it is his only chance of survival. The group gives chase. I never did anything to you, Naruto shouts as he runs for his life. You lie, demon, shouts a man leading the pack. Just stop running so we can end you like the Yondaime would want. Naruto doesn't slow down for a moment, knowing from past experiences that the best thing for him to do is run as far and as fast as possible. He knows if he can make it to the Hokage Tower, he may be saved. But that only will work if he can outrun the ninja in the mob behind him, something he knows he won't be able to do. One of the ninja grins maliciously as he throws a few kunai towards the running boy. I'll get you, you demon, the man yells angrily. Naruto turns and sees the kunai heading towards him. He knows he's doomed. He can't dodge or deflect them. It is the only thing he can think of. He covers his face and chest with his arms as the kunai hit him. 2 kunai impacting him in his right forearm and another going into his thigh. Ah! Naruto screams in pain. He drops to the ground screaming as blood slowly pools around his wounds. He tries crawling away, but that ends quickly as the mob surrounds him. Naruto knows this is going to hurt. He curls up into a ball hoping that anyone will save him. We finally caught you now. Now you will suffer and die like you should have 6 years ago, you demon. The mob moves in, anger in their eyes and malicious smiles on their faces. Then the beating begins. Each person in the mob uses whatever they have, and even things picked off the ground to beat the poor boy. Make it stop. Let me just die already, Naruto thinks. He can feel how weak he is. He can feel himself growing weaker as more and more blood is spilt and bones are snapped like twigs. He is no longer screaming in pain. What comes out wouldn't even be called a grunt, just an escape of air. Luckily or unluckily, the blackness of unconsciousness envelopes him, and he knows no more. Do you want power, child? A voice rumbles through the blackness. Do you want to live and teach them? The voice asks. Yes, I want to live. I want to be a powerful ninja. I want to protect those who need to be protected, Naruto replies. Very well. I will give you what you have been denied. Not out of the kindness of my heart, but because I want to see what you will do. I want to see if you will hold to your convictions in this hellish world. We will meet someday. I will be watching, the voice says, fading away slowly. All of a sudden, Naruto feels power coursing through him. He can feel his bones being snapped back into place and healing in an instant. He is suddenly thrust back into consciousness. I see you are awake, young Naruto, a voice beside him says. Naruto opens his eyes and sees the third Hokage sitting beside his bed. What happened to me, Gigi? Naruto asks. You were found laying in an ally unconscious, Naruto. No one knows how you got there or why you were covered in blood, the Hokage replies. Can you tell me what happened? He asks. I was beaten by a bunch of people. They called me a demon and chased me. I fell unconscious when they started beating on me. I then heard a voice offering me power and saying that I was getting what I was denied. Then I felt power run through me and I woke up Naruto states. What does this all mean, Gigi, he asks. I don't know, Naruto. I will have to think on it and let you know what I find out, he replies. Concern written on his face as he stares at the young boy. Is it the QB or something worse? He asks himself. Boy, tell him the word Quincy, a voice booms in Naruto's mind. Gigi, the voice told me to tell you Quincy, Naruto says, looking at the Hokage as he pales. Fear rushing over the old man's face. Naruto, what dash? Hiruzen tires to speak, tries and fails, frightened by what the young boy said, concerned that the beast sealed into the young boy might be breaking free. Unsure how to proceed, he takes a moment to compose himself. Naruto, there are many things I have not told you. I have not told you these things in order to protect you. You may hate me for hiding this information from you, but I hope that one day you will forgive an old man for trying to shield you from the truth. The word Quincy dates back even before we ninja came about. It is something I have heard of spoken only in myth and legend, spoken with fear and awe. What little I do know is this. On your mother's side, there is a saying, a Quincy will rise from the ashes of the new world to give birth to the old. I don't know what that means, but if you are truly a Quincy, then you will have a long, hard road ahead of you. Your life will not be the same if you choose to go down this path. I will leave you to think on this, and I will be back tomorrow to hear your answer. The Hokage gets up slowly, looking even older than his 67 years, drained by what he learned from the boy and what he told him. He pats Naruto on the head, giving him a sad smile, and leaves the room. Tomorrow I will find out about my mother, and what a Quincy is, Naruto thinks to himself. I will go down this path, even if it kills me. Nothing will stop me. I can't wait to see what this boy will become. He will either destroy everything around him, or he will die. The voice thinks to itself. I wonder just how far I can push the child. I wonder if I can trick him into releasing me sooner. Chapter 2. The Truth. A beam of sunlight filtered in through the blinds of the hospital window, hitting the face of Naruto, waking him up. Ugh, I hate the sun. Always waking me up when I don't want it to, Naruto grumbled loudly. He rubbed his eyes, trying to fully wake up. Then the events of the previous day hit him. His eyes widened, and an odd look came across his face. It was a mixture of anger and excitement. He wondered how long he'd have to wait for the Hokage to come and tell him what he promised. I hope it won't be long. I'm excited to learn about my mother, yet angry at Gigi for what he's done. What has he been hiding from me? When will I learn the truth? Naruto thought to himself. Knock, knock. Naruto heard the sound from the door. Pulling him from his thoughts, he says, Come in. He sees the Hokage enter along with a fox-masked Umbu. Good morning, Naruto. I hope you had a good night's rest. I hope you thought over what I said yesterday, the Hokage says, sitting down in the chair by the bed. The Umbu leaned up against the wall, alert but relaxed. Yes, I've thought over what you said, and I've decided to follow this path wherever it leads me. I won't fail or give up, Gigi, Naruto says, conviction clearly shining in his eyes. Very well, Naruto. First, I must introduce you to someone who will be able to help you in your training. He will be training you in both the ninja arts and teaching you what he knows of Quincy's, the Hokage says, motioning over to the Umbu. This is Kiski. He, like you, is an orphan. He was trained by your mother and her family. His training was for you, to protect you and guide you if your Quincy powers manifested. The Umbu stepped forward, removing his mask. He stood at 5 feet 9 inches, with piercing blue eyes and long brown hair. He wasn't overly muscled, but you could tell by looking at him he packed a punch. He looked to be in his 30s, or perhaps even younger. Hello, Naruto-sama. I am Kiski Uzumaki. My Uzumaki name was given to me by your mother. If you're wondering why I didn't raise you, it is because of your mother and partially because of the civilian council. Your mother forbid me to ever contact you until your Quincy powers awoke. The council barred me from ever coming near you, Kiski says solemnly, his head bowed toward Naruto. What dash? Naruto stutters. You knew my mother? Who was she? Did she love me? Why didn't you try harder to take care of me? Naruto asks. Naruto, the Hokage says, getting up from his seat and getting down on his knees, bowing to Naruto, there's a lot to tell you today. Don't blame Kiski for what happened to you growing up. That blame lies solely at my feet. I failed you, my boy. I failed to protect you when I should have. Naruto's eyes widen in shock at seeing the Hokage, the professor, bowing to him on his knees. Naruto knew what this meant. It meant the Hokage was ashamed by his actions and was begging for forgiveness. Gigi, get up please, Naruto says. I forgive you, Gigi. I know you did your best. I know that you couldn't be there all the time. You are Hokage. You have a village to worry about. You can't be expected to watch one person constantly. Kiski, I will wait until I hear your side of the story before I say anything. Just stop with the Sama stuff. I'm not older than you, nor am I more powerful than you. The Hokage gets up from his position on the floor, smiling at Naruto at his words. Very well, Naruto. Since I now know you are mature enough to forgive an old man, I'll start telling you the truth. Be mindful that I cannot tell you the full truth. There are still some things that I must keep from you for your protection and the protection of the village as a whole, Sarutobi says while sitting back in the chair. I understand, Hokage Gigi, Naruto calmly replies. First off, everything I am about to tell you must remain a secret. You can't tell anyone because if it got out, there could be some serious repercussions. Now, about your mother. Her name was Kushina Uzumaki. She came to this village when she was only 5 years old. Kiski traveled with her. The reason your mother came to this village was at the request of the Shodi Hokage's wife, Mito Uzumaki Senju. Mito was coming to the end of her life, and she needed an Uzumaki for a specific purpose. She needed to transfer the nine-tailed demon fox into your mother, Sarutobi stated. Naruto looked up in shock, eyes wide in disbelief. What do you mean, Gigi? Naruto asks. The truth is, Naruto, Mito Uzumaki sealed the nine-tailed demon fox into her when her husband, Hashirama Senju, and Madara Yukiya fought at the Valley of the End. Madara was trying to use the nine-tailed demon fox to fight Hashirama, and Mito was a sealing genius. She sealed the nine-tailed fox into herself to protect her husband and everyone else from Madara, Sarutobi stated. Mito became the first Jinchuriki of the fox. Jinchuriki means the power of human sacrifice. It is the term we use to describe anyone who has a biju, or tailed beast, sealed into them. Mito needed an Uzumaki to seal the nine-tailed fox into, because only a Uzumaki can keep the demon at bay. Do you understand so far, Naruto? Kiski asks, concern showing in his voice. I think so, Gigi Kiski, Naruto replies. The Shodi's wife sealed a demon into herself to protect everyone from Madara. I may not be smart, but I have heard of him and what he did to people. He would have used the fox to destroy everything around him. What I don't understand is what you mean by that only an Uzumaki can hold the demon at bay. Uzumakis have very large chakra reserves and live for a very long time. Naruto, Kiski answers. Mito Uzumaki was actually over 100 years old when she died after sealing the fox into your mother. Hearing this, Naruto was in awe. Were they human after the fox got sealed into them? Naruto asks. Yes, they were human, Kiski replies. He pulled a scroll out of one of his pouches and a kunai from another. He opened the scroll and wrote something on it. Placing the kunai on the writing, he then pressed down and muttered seal. The kunai disappeared in a plume of smoke. Rolling up the scroll and showing to Naruto, he asks, Is this a scroll or is it a kunai? It's a scroll, Naruto replies. There's your answer then. They were not the fox. They were the scroll that held the fox, much like that one holds a kunai, Kiski says with a small smile. Since you understand, let me continue, Naruto, Sarutobi says. Mito sealed the fox into your mother and gave her some advice. The advice was this: the Kyuubi is a being of hatred. In order to counteract that hatred, you must fill yourself with love. What this meant is that your mother, Kushina, had to find something or someone to love, whether it was the people around her or someone she chose to spend her life with. She had to fill herself with love to counteract the hatred that was sealed inside her. It took her quite a while to find that love. I remember when she did, her smile could brighten the darkest days. Wow, she sounds amazing. Do you have a picture of her? Naruto asks. Kiski steps forward, pulling out a photograph from the pouch on his hip. Handing it over to Naruto, he says, "This was taken a few months before you were born. I have many pictures of your parents, but because your father must remain a mystery for now, this is the only photo I have of your mother by herself." Naruto takes the picture, nodding at the man in thanks. He looks at the picture and gasps. He sees a beautiful red-headed woman sitting at the base of a tree, a small smile on her face as she looks down at her stomach, hands resting on it. "Wow, she's beautiful," Naruto whispers. "Indeed, she was Naruto. I wish she was here with you. It would make things so much easier. But we can't dwell on the past. Only learn from it. What I have to say next is hard, Naruto. I don't know where to begin, and I don't know how you will take it," Sarutobi says quietly. "I hope you understand my reasoning and are mature enough for the burden you carry. We don't know exactly what happened the night you were born. What we do know is this. When a female Jinchuriki gives birth, the seal that holds back a Biju weakens because energy is redirected to the growing infant. The Yondaime Hokage was there with your mother to add power to the seal as she gave birth. He was a sealing master, so he was the best person to help your mother out in her time of need. For one reason or another, the nine-tailed fox broke free and begun attacking the village. Many brave people lost their lives that night, including your mother and the Yondaime Hokage. The history books all say that the Yondaime Hokage defeated and killed the Kyuubi. This is a lie. The Biju cannot be killed, only sealed." Naruto's eyes widen a bit at this revelation. "He sealed it in me, didn't he?" Naruto asks. "Yes, Naruto. Out of every person in this village, you were the one chosen by the Yondaime to protect this village every second you live. You were chosen not because of convenience, but because you're an Uzumaki and because your mother was the previous host of the Kyuubi. Every second you draw breath, you protect us all. The Yondaime wanted you to be seen as a hero for holding the Kyuubi at bay. I tried to honor his wishes, and I failed. We both failed you, Naruto. The Yondaime for thinking the villagers would see you as a hero, and me for not protecting you better. I passed a law prohibiting anyone from mentioning the Kyuubi to children around your age, hoping that you'd be able to have a normal childhood. The penalty is death for anyone who breaks the law, but I failed even in that. People scorn you and beat you. It is my fault, Naruto. I failed," Sarutobi says, tears freely flowing down his face. "It is the people of this village who have failed, Gigi," Naruto says. Sarutobi looks at him in awe, seeing a blazing fire behind his piercing blue eyes. "I don't blame you. You tried. That is more than what the majority of this village has done, Gigi." "Thank you, Naruto. I have told you everything I can for now. From now on, it will be up to you and Kiski where you go from here," Sarutobi says, getting up. He hands Kiski a few scrolls and whispers something in his ear. "Goodbye for now, Naruto. Know that if you ever need me, my door is always open to you," he says as he leaves the room. "Well, that is a lot to dump on you, Naruto. I know. For now, I want you to rest here for the rest of the day, and I'll be back in the morning to take you to your new home," Kiski says. "Why can't we just go now, Kiski?" Naruto asks. "I need to get things ready for you, Naruto. Plus, I want to take things slow for now. Allow the information you just learned today to seep into your brain. Think over questions you may have for me tomorrow. You must learn that patience is important for a ninja, and learning something new too fast can cause more harm than good. Everything will make more sense tomorrow. Trust me," Kiski says. "Okay, I may not like it, but I can tell you know what you're doing," Naruto says. Kiski nods at him and leaves. Naruto looks out the window at the Hokage monument. Looking at the face of the fourth Hokage, he thinks on what he learned. "Should I hate you for what you did, or should I hate the villagers?" Naruto asks himself. "I guess only time will tell what I choose. I now know why I am hated. I will become stronger to protect myself and others who need protection. That is a promise that I will at least make you, Yondaime." Naruto turns away from the window and stares off into space, trying to be patient and think over everything he learned. I will show Kiski that I can think for myself and be patient. He is right that if I learn too much at once, it could hurt me. I hurt as is from what I learned. Naruto looks at the photo of his mother and smiles. At least I know who my mother is and that I was loved. You can see it in her eyes. Naruto carefully places the photo on the bedside table and lies down looking at it. He slowly drifts off to sleep with a small smile on his face. So the child knows who his mother is now. He has no idea what he's in store for. I can't wait to see him break when he learns the full truth. And I will be there to see it all and push him over the edge. Hee hee hee. The voice thinks to itself. Chapter 3. Council Woes. Hiruzen Sarutobi made his way back to the Hokage Tower after leaving Naruto's hospital room. As he stepped into his office, a sense of dread washed over him. He knew what he had to do now that Naruto knew a piece of his heritage. He had to gather the council and announce the return of the Uzumaki clan. His dread came from the amount of paperwork this announcement would generate. Tora, notify the Ninja Council of a meeting in 15 minutes. The Hokage orders sternly. The two Umbu appear, kneeling in front of the Hokage. "I" is the only word spoken before they both vanish as fast as they appeared. Sarutobi makes his way over to a safe beside his desk. Opening it quickly, he pulls out 3 scrolls and closes the safe. Hopefully this will be enough for now. I can't fail Naruto this time, he thinks to himself. Council Chambers. Sarutobi walks into the council chambers 10 minutes later, shock on his face as he sees not only the Ninja Council, but the Civilian Council too. This will not be good, he thinks to himself. He knows in his heart that this meeting will be long and atrocious. He gazes over the Ninja Council composed of clan heads and his former teammates. Danzo Shimura, an old war hawk and the voice of the Uchiha clan on the council, greedy and as cunning as a snake. Also, a constant thorn in Sarutobi's side when it comes to votes on peace. Hamura Mitokado, another former teammate of Sarutobi. He retired at a young age and focused on knowledge. Sarutobi can always count on Hamura to look at things from a logical point of view and provide good insight into any situation. Koharu Udatane, the last member of Sarutobi's Genin squad. She has always worked for the best of the village. Shikaka Nara, head of the Nara clan. Jonin commander, part of the infamous Inoshikacho trio, insanely smart, but lazy, sees everything not worth his time as troublesome, able to control shadows with family techniques. Inoichi Yamanaka, head of the Yamanaka clan, head of the torture and interrogation unit, part of the infamous Inoshikacho trio, able to mind walk with family techniques. Choza Akimichi, head of the Akimichi clan, part of the infamous Inoshikacho trio, and someone you never want to call fat, able to change size with family techniques. Sum Inazuka, head of the Inazuka clan, a beautiful but deadly feral woman. With her canine companion, Kuramuru, can shred people like paper with her family techniques. Hayashi Hyuga, head of Hyuga clan, a clan that is prideful because of their Kekiai Genkai, the Byakugan, eyes that can see 360 degrees, and deadly hand-to-hand combat skills. Greetings, Hokage-sama, Hayashi says as the Hokage sits down at the head of the council table. Greetings, Hyuga-san. I find myself in a bit of a quandary, the Hokage says with a small smile on his lips. What do you mean, Sarutobi? Asks Mabuki Haruno, a civilian council member. What I mean is, I called for a meeting of the Ninja Council, not the civilian one. Why are you civilian counselors here? And you will address me as is proper, as Hokage-sama, Sarutobi states, with a subtle amount of ki, killing intent, being released. We're here because this is a council meeting, Sarutobi, Mabuki states, not realizing the ki for what it was and completely ignoring the Hokage's warning. Remove yourselves now, Sarutobi shouts. I called this meeting for the ninja and clan councils only. You civilians have no right to be here since I didn't call for you. Remember, this is a ninja village ran by ninja. We protect you and you work in peace because of that sacrifice. The civilians look to the older members of the council, Danzo, Amura, and Koharu. All three share a look with each other, and nod in agreement with the Hokage. The civilians leave, grumbling the whole time. Now that it's taken care of, let's start with why I called this meeting, Sarutobi says. I called this meeting to announce the reinstatement of the Uzumaki clan. What? Shouts Danzo in disbelief. We were told the Uzumaki clan was no more after the Kyuubi attack. You said that her child died with her. I lied, Sarutobi says. I lied to protect her child. Everyone here knows who she was married to and what that entails. If I had allowed the child to be acknowledged from the beginning, the child wouldn't have lived very long. Who is this child? Hayashi asks. You all know the child. Each of you have tried to save the child from the scorn of the village many times in his short life, Sarutobi states. Troublesome, the Nara head says as he sits up fully. You told us you named him Uzumaki to honor her and the memory of her village's sacrifice. Why did you lie to us? You could have told us like you are now. I had my reasons, the Hokage says. I know many of you wanted to raise the child, but I couldn't allow that. I didn't want your clans to become ostracized because of what the child holds. Very well, Hokage-sama, Danzo says. I ask that we bring this matter to a vote. All those in favor of recognizing the return of the Uzumaki clan, raise your hand. In seconds, every hand was raised. Very well, Danzo says. We will inform the village in a week that the Uzumaki clan is once again in our village. We must also inform the instructors at the academy to tell the true history of the Uzumaki clan. We will honor their memory. Good. I call this council meeting to an end. May you all have a good day. I need to go focus on the paperwork this will have generated, the Hokage says as he stands up to leave. As the door to the council chambers closes behind him, he can hear a smattering of laughter. At least they can laugh at something. I fear what next week will bring. There will be hell to pay with the civilian council members. I can feel it in my bones, Sarutobi thinks to himself. Chapter 4. Learning Curve. Kisuke Uzumaki stood in the hospital room, watching as Naruto slept. Thinking over the events of the past few days, he has a sad smile on his face. This child has been through so much at such a young age. Most people would have given up by now, he thinks to himself. I wonder how the training will go. Will he be like his mother? Strong, yet brash? Or will he learn patience and silence? Kisuke is brought out of his thoughts by Naruto, slowly sitting up. Kisuke, why are you here so early? Naruto asks, as he fully wakes up and sees the man standing there. I thought we could get an early start. We need to do some shopping and move into your new home, Kisuke says. Naruto's eyes widen in surprise. Excitement clearly plastered to his face. Yay, I'll finally have a place to sleep, Naruto states as he jumps out of the bed. Naruto, what do you mean by that? Kisuke asks. Huh? Oh, just that I've been living on the streets since I was kicked out of the orphanage 2 years ago. I usually slept wherever I could. Empty dumpsters, cardboard boxes, Naruto says, embarrassment on his face at the revelation of his life. Naruto, don't be embarrassed at what happened to you. You should be proud. You are strong for having to go through all that. Most people would have given up. I have to ask, why didn't you go to the Hokage for help? Kisuke asks, anger showing in his eyes. This village has done more harm than good with this boy. They will rue the day they decided to torment and abuse him. Kisuke thinks to himself. I try to let Hokage know, but was always kicked out of the Hokage tower by his secretary. I did get some help from Narasan, Yamanaka-san, Aburame-san, Akimichi-san, and Inazuka-san. They gave me food and clothes when they could. I never went directly to them for help because I didn't want to abuse the help they gave me, Naruto says, a sad smile on his face at the memories of the help he received. You are wise, Naruto, and those people were wise and kind to help when they could. You will thank them when you see them later. They will be glad to know that you are okay and you appreciate the help they gave you. Did Hyuga-sen help at all? Kisuke asks. No, Naruto states venomously. The Hyugas beat me whenever I was around their clan grounds. Kisuke's eyes narrow at this revelation. He knows that the Hokage will want to know of this and have words with the Hyuga clan. Naruto, let's get out of here, Kisuke says, as he puts a smile on his face to try and set Naruto's mind at ease. He picks Naruto up and walks out of the room. Checking Naruto out of the hospital took only a few minutes. The looks and glares the boy got irritated Kiski to no end. This is going to be hard for a while, Kiski thinks to himself. They put the hospital behind them and start walking into the shopping district of Konoha. Naruto, stick beside me and ignore any glares or looks you receive, Kiski tells him. Aye, Naruto replies quietly, his eyes darting around looking for any danger. Kiski and Naruto approach Tokigawa's clothing. Entering, they hear a cheerful voice say, "Welcome to Tokigawa's clothing." They see an older woman standing behind the counter. As she sees Naruto, her eyes narrow. "Get out, boy. We don't serve your kind here," she says coldly. "Naruto, go ahead and look at some of the clothes while I talk to this kind woman," Kiski says, smiling at Naruto. Naruto nods and heads further into the store. Kiski walks up to the counter and grabs the woman by the front of her shirt. "Listen closely and listen well, woman," Kiski whispers coldly. "You're going to serve Naruto with kindness and respect. If you don't, you won't have to worry about a shop because there will be nothing left once I'm done with you." The woman's eyes widen in fear as she looks into Kiski's cold eyes. She can see her death in those eyes. She pales and nods repeatedly. "Good. Now, everything Naruto gets will have the Uzumaki clan symbol on it. Is that understood? And you'll not breathe a word of this to anyone. Okay," Kiski asks quite warmly. The woman nods in agreement, knowing that if she failed to honor his request, Kiski would make her life a living hell. Naruto browses the aisles, pulling clothes down that pique his interest, mainly white clothing with dark blue highlights. 5 minutes later, he walks up to Kiski, arms laden with clothes. "I think I have enough for now, Kiski. And I picked things that are slightly larger, so I have some room to grow," Naruto says, sounding muffled behind the armload of clothes. "Very good, Naruto. I'll pay this lady and we'll go to your new home," Kiski says as he pulls his wallet out. The woman rings up the clothes and Kiski hands over the money for it. "You'll be able to pick up the clothes in a few hours, or if you'd like to leave an address, we can have them delivered to you," the woman says. "Have them delivered to the Uzumaki clan compound later tonight. And make sure whoever delivers the clothes knows not to speak of where or to whom the delivery was for," Kiski says. "Aye," the woman says quietly as Naruto and Kiski leave. Kiski leads Naruto away from the shopping district, heading to the clan district. Naruto gets nervous as they enter the large district holding the popular and rich clans of Konoha. "Naruto, you have nothing to worry about here. I am here to guide and protect you. Your new home is in this district. The Uzumaki clan has a clan compound here," Kiski says after seeing Naruto's nervousness. "Just so long as we stay away from the Hyuga clan area, I'll be happy," Naruto says. Kiski nods and leads Naruto past the Nara clan compound and leads him up to a gate with a large swirl on it. This is the entrance to the Uzumaki clan compound. The Uzumaki clan was quite large. The grounds cover 5 acres of land. There are 4 clan houses and a fully functioning dojo, surrounded by 3 training grounds. You'll find all you need to train both your mind and body here, Naruto. Now, I need you to cut your palm and place your hand on the center of the swirl on the gate, Kiski explained to Naruto and held out a kunai. Naruto didn't waste any time grabbing the offered kunai from Kiski and cutting his palm. Kiski notices that Naruto didn't so much as wince as he sliced his palm open. Naruto placed his hand on the swirl and watched as his blood was drawn into the swirl. This continued for a few moments until there was a large click and the gates opened before them. Kiski moved forward and looked at Naruto's hand, noticing it was already healed. Must be either his Uzumaki healing or the Kyuubi's doing, he thought to himself. He placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder and led him into the clan grounds. The gate closed behind them with an audible boom. Naruto took his first look at what was going to be his new home. Like Kiski described, there were 4 large houses arranged in a square. Each house looked quite large from the outside. In the center of all 4 houses was a large fountain, water cascading down it in a swirl pattern. "What is up with all the swirl patterns I keep seeing, Kiski?" Naruto asks, awe in his voice and on his face. The swirl is the Uzumaki clan symbol. If you notice, the Uzumaki clan swirl is white with a slight blue hue to it. Every Chunin and Jonin has a red swirl on their jackets. The reason is in remembrance of the sacrifice Yuzushiobikyur and the Uzumaki clan. They fought off Iwa, Kiri, and Kyumo in the Second Ninja War and gave Koona a fighting chance to survive the war. For 3 days and nights, they fought off the combined might of those 3 villages. Unfortunately, the village Yuzushiobikyur and the Uzumaki clan were destroyed after that. You may be the last Uzumaki, Kiski says sadly. Naruto looked up at Kiski in awe at hearing this, eyes filled with tears at the loss and the realization that he may be alone. I have you though, Kiski, Naruto says to the solemn man. Yes, you do, Naruto, but I am not a true Uzumaki. I can only teach you what I am able to, Kiski replies. Thank you though for thinking of me as a true Uzumaki. Now, let us go into the main library and start your training. We have 2 years to train before you start the academy, and I want you to be the best you can be, Kiski says. Hi, Kiski Sensei, Naruto replies with excitement. But I don't know how to read yet. I wasn't allowed to go into the civilian school to learn. That is okay, Naruto. I will teach you what you need to know, Kiski replies and leads Naruto into the clan library. Chapter 5. Training begins and council fights. Naruto woke up in his bedroom. Slowly getting out of bed, he thinks over the last week. Kiski started with teaching him how to read and write kanji. When Kiski felt he had a grasp of the letters, the true torture began. Kiski had Naruto write each kanji 100 times to be sure it stuck in a young boy's mind. And they had to be written perfectly. If one wasn't, Naruto found the true meaning of torture. He had to start all over. It was insane, but allowed Naruto to grasp reading a lot faster. Naruto made his way into the bathroom to get ready for the morning. He didn't know what today would bring, but he knew from Kiski that sometime in the next few days his clan status would be released to the village. That thought scared him, mainly because he didn't want people to treat him differently because of him being in a clan. Yeah, being treated better would be a plus, but he wanted to gain acceptance through his own actions. Kiski taught him a lot about the history of the Uzumaki clan and how strong they were. The other thing they talked on was the Kyubi. That was an eye-opener for Naruto. Flashback. Naruto, the Hokage mentioned you said you heard a voice tell you what to say and offer you power. Is that correct? Kiski asks. Yes. It was a deep, booming voice in my head. I don't know what or who it was, Naruto says. I believe it was the Kyubi, Naruto. I want you to be careful when you hear its voice. It will try and use you and get you to release it from a seal. You have to have a strong resolve and never allow it out, Kiski says. What if it gives advice to help me? Naruto asks. At those times, you will have to make your own choice. The fact that it can talk to you at a moment's notice worries me. Naruto, I'm not saying that you will give in to it, but you must be careful. I honestly wish that you hadn't been chosen for this burden, Kiski says sadly. You have to be careful when it comes to the Kyubi. That is the best advice I can give you. Flashback ends. Naruto stepped out of the shower and dried off. Looking in the mirror, he notices the changes in his body after only a week. A week of solid and good food helped him put on some weight. Putting the thoughts of the past out of his mind, Naruto got dressed and headed down to the kitchen. Good morning, Kiski, Naruto says, walking into the kitchen and seeing Kiski at the stove. Good morning, Naruto, Kiski says as he places a plate of eggs and bacon on the table. Naruto makes a beeline for it, sits down, and starts digging in. Kiski fixes his own plate and sits down. What do we have planned for today? Naruto asks. Well, Naruto, today we will be going to face the council, and afterwards we'll be doing a little test, Kiski says. I want you to be on your best behavior today, Naruto. Allow the Hokage or me to do the majority of the speaking when it comes to the council meeting. We can't afford any mistakes. The civilian council is ruthless and power-hungry. Okay, Kiski, Naruto says. I'll try my best and stay quiet unless asked a question. I think Kiski starts until he hears a knock at the door. Getting up, Kiski goes to the door and opens it. Seeing the boar Umbu there, Kiski steps back. Kiski-san, you and Naruto-san are required to be in the council chambers in 10 minutes, the boar Umbu says. We will be there, Umbu-san. Tell the Hokage we shall meet him there, Kiski replies. Aye, the Umbu replies and vanishes in a shunshin. Naruto, we have to go to the Hokage Tower and head to the council chambers now. Make sure you're dressed to impress, Kiski says. I'm ready now. Kiski, Naruto says coming up to him. Kiski turns to see Naruto. Naruto is wearing a pale blue yukata with Uzumaki swirls on the chest above the heart and on the center of the back. I see you are indeed ready. Let us go, Kiski says and leads Naruto out of the compound. Council chambers. Naruto and Kiski entered the council chambers. Naruto looked around seeing the chambers for the first time. He saw the various clan heads seated to the right of a central table with 4 seats. To the left side of the room, he saw what he assumed was the civilian council members seated, some glaring at the young boy. Naruto paid them no mind. Aburame-san, Narasen, Yamanaka-san, Akimichi-san, Inazuka-san, thank you for the help you gave me over the last few years, Naruto says to the clan heads, bowing in respect. It would have been too troublesome to not help you, young Naruto, Shikaka Nara says, sitting up straight. Any kind person would have done the same. The various clan heads all nod in agreement. Just then, the council chamber doors opened once again. The Hokage, Elder Council, and Hayashi Hyuga walked in and sat in their seats. I have called this meeting to acknowledge the Uzumaki clan in Konoha once again. The Hokage begins. Naruto Uzumaki, please step forward. Naruto steps forward with his head held high. Kiski standing slightly behind him. Naruto, as the last Uzumaki in the village of Konoha, we the Ninja Clan Council acknowledge you as the head of the Uzumaki clan. Hayashi Hyuga says, his voice slow and even. I object, a fat civilian councilman shouts. There is no way that boy is from a clan. He is an orphan. We all know this because that is what we were told 6 years ago, Hokage-sama. I have the proof of his heritage here. The Ninja Clan Council has already seen the proof and voted on acknowledging young Naruto as a true Uzumaki, the Hokage says. And you will speak of young Naruto by using his name. Not boy, am I understood? The Hokage starts releasing Ki at the fat fool. Ah! The councilman replies, his face becoming pale at the oppressive feeling from the Hokage. I want to see this proof, Hokage-sama, Mabuki Haruno says. The Hokage passes 2 scrolls over to the pink-haired councilwoman. She looks over it before her face pales at the truth. Hokage-sama, it lists his mother, but not his father. Was he a bastard or the child of a rape? The woman asks. No, his father isn't listed at this time for his protection and the protection of the village. And that is all I can say on the matter, the Hokage replies. Very well. Then we of the civilian council acknowledge young Naruto as clan head of the Uzumaki clan. I wish to call for a vote to have him place in the CR. And Mibuki says, a small smile on her face as she looks at the Hokage. Naruto will not be placed into the CRA unless he requests it, Kiski shouts, his eyes narrowing at the woman. I knew they would try something like this. They will try and get power from young Naruto any way they can. I wasn't there for him in the beginning because of them. I will be there for him now, Kiski thinks to himself. Who are you? Mabuki asks. I am Kiski Uzumaki, Naruto's trainer and guardian, Kiski calmly replies. Since you are an Uzumaki, then you can be placed in the CRA instead, Mibuki says. No, I'm not a true Uzumaki. I was adopted into the clan a long time ago. I have no Uzumaki blood in me, Kiski replies, a smug smile on his face. We're getting off topic, Hokage-sama, Hamura Mitokado says. Since young Naruto is too young to be on the council, he must choose someone to be his voice, someone who will protect his interests. That is quite true. Naruto, you have your first choice as a clan head. You must choose a person to be your voice on this council until you are of age. This person will fill you in on important matters and how they voted in that matter, the Hokage says. I already know who I want to represent me, Hokage-sama. Naruto says confidently. Really? That is surprising. Who have you chosen? Hayashi Hyuga asks. I choose Shikaka Nara as my voice. I feel he would be the best person to act as my voice and vote in the best way, Naruto says. Troublesome. But I accept this responsibility, Uzumaki-sen, Shikaku says. Well, if no one else has anything to bring to the council's attention, the Hokage says, pausing for a moment to give anyone a chance to interrupt him. When no one does, he continues, I call for this meeting to close for now. Uzumaki Training Grounds. After leaving the Hokage Tower, Naruto and Kiski went back to the Uzumaki grounds. Naruto changed into some training clothes, lightweight shorts and t-shirt. Kiski comes out of the dojo carrying something. Naruto, it is time for the test. You must take this seriously and remain calm at all times, Kiski tells Naruto. Naruto steps before Kiski, scared and excited. Kiski pulls a bone-white bow out of the canvas bag he's holding. It has no string on it, but has 3 Uzumaki swirls in the center and a dragon head at each tip. This is a Quincy's bow. You'll notice it does not have a string, and I did not bring any arrows. I want you to carefully pick it up, Naruto. If you're a Quincy, we will notice immediately, Kiski says sternly. Naruto cautiously picks up the bow. Immediately, he feels a surge of power running through his body. He watches in amazement as a blue string links the 2 dragon mouths at the tips of the bow. He looks up at Kiski and sees shock and surprise in his eyes. Naruto, you are a Quincy. Place the bow down for now while I explain your power, Kiski says. Naruto places the bow down on the canvas bag, watching as the blue string slowly fades into nothing. Naruto, what can you tell me about chakra? Kiski asks. Well, for what you told me, chakra is made up of physical energy and spiritual energy. A ninja balances this, and it allows them to use chakra in jutsus and techniques, Naruto replies. A person increases their physical energy through training the body and their spiritual energy through challenging the mind and studying. Textbook answer. Now, onto your power. Your Quincy power comes from a spiritual aspect of chakra. However, unlike a ninja, you don't get it from intelligence, so to speak, Kiski says. What do you mean? Naruto asks. Your Quincy powers allow you to constantly draw spiritual energy from around you. Every life force from the smallest plant to the tallest mountain has chakra in it. You're able to draw this energy naturally, Kiski says. Wow, then I'll be an amazing ninja, Naruto says excitedly. Yes, you will, Naruto. However, you must learn how to sense spiritual energy, because it is possible for you to draw it from someone who is on the brink of death and kill them without realizing it. I will teach you the concept of how to do this, but it is up to you to actually succeed, Kiski says. I will succeed, Kiski-sensei, Naruto shouts. Then let us begin, Kiski says. Chapter 6. The Results of Training. Naruto stood in the middle of the training grounds breathing heavily, sweat pouring off his body, a glowing blue bow fading from the wrist of his left hand. I did it finally, he thought to himself. 2 years of intense training has resulted in this. I can finally manifest my own bow. Naruto walked toward the main house to clean up. After 2 years, he's changed a lot. He stands at 4 feet 3 inches and weighs in a little over 70 pounds. He isn't muscular, but has the body of a runner, sleek and quick. The training he went through could only be described as hell. Kiski made sure that Naruto knew how to be fast and agile, yet at the same time as silent as a small breeze. Kiski pounded the importance of a ninja into Naruto over and over, making Naruto walk on a rickety walkway that creaked at the slightest movement. Every time Naruto made a noise, Kiski would throw a weighted ball at Naruto, forcing him to either dodge or take the hit. Once Naruto learned how to walk silently, Kiski made it harder by making Naruto carry weights with him and even made Naruto wear bells. Then Kiski had Naruto infiltrate the Umbu headquarters, being silent and not being seen. His goal was to steal the mask of the head Umbu dragon. It took Naruto over 3 months to learn the patterns of the Umbu to be able to pull that one off. That training may have been brutal, but to Naruto, the hardest training came from learning to meditate properly and sense out spiritual energy and learn how he can draw it in or stop its flow. Naruto was so used to be constantly on the move that learning how to sit still was a chore. But eventually he did it. Naruto learned a lot from Kiski. He learned that knowledge is essential to a ninja. You don't give knowledge away easily. One benefit from learning to meditate. Kiski and Naruto found out that Naruto was somewhat of a sensor. He could detect people around him who were using chakra. However, they found out that if someone knew how to suppress their chakra, Naruto couldn't sense them. Kiski told Naruto not to worry about that aspect for now. That given time, his sensory skills could improve with age and experience. Kiski also taught Naruto the importance of teamwork and how to work with anyone. Naruto learned to put aside feelings to focus on a task, but also learned that abandoning a teammate was something one should never do. As Naruto stepped into the shower, he had to chuckle at the other important events of the last 2 years. Shikaka Nara would probably describe the last 2 years as extremely troublesome. The Nara head had his hands full in council meetings, constantly fighting the civilian council and the Hyuga head to protect the Uzumaki clan and Naruto. Both the civilian council and Hyuga head tried multiple times to either gain access to the Uzumaki clan grounds or to take away Naruto's rights as clan head. Shikaku, with the help of his former teammates, Inoichi Yamanaka and Choza Akimichi, fought off the advances of the council. It finally came to a head at the last council meeting. Naruto actually was forced to be there for that one. Flashback 3 weeks ago. Council chambers. Naruto walked into the council chambers to a wall of noise. Council members yelling back and forth over one another. He couldn't make heads or tails of it. He made his way over to his seat beside Shikaka Nara. "Hello, Nara-san. How are you today? I hope you haven't had a troublesome day," Naruto says as he sits down. "It has been quite troublesome today, Uzumaki-san. Why did you choose me to be your voice?" Shikaku asks lazily. "Because out of everyone here, you have the foreknowledge to stop any greedy attempts at the Uzumaki clan, and I trust you with my life," Naruto replies. Hearing Naruto's reply, Shikaku's eyes widen a bit, and he nods in respect to the young clan head. "Sit down now," the Hokage yells. "This is the council chambers, not a backyard brawl. Either compose yourselves like council members, or I will dispose of you all and find others to fill your spots." The chambers quiet immediately. "Now, why has this council been called? We weren't supposed to meet until next week," the Hokage asks. "We asked for this meeting to pass a law and set up a few arranged marriages," Mibuki Haruno says, looking over at Naruto with a smug smile. "What is this law and what arranged marriages?" the Hokage asks. "The law we'd like to pass is this, Hokage-sama. We'd like to pass a law stating that clans that are the cause of destruction of public property must pay for that property out of their clan accounts. If they do not have the money, then they will have to pay by giving up land or clan scrolls," Hayashi Hyuga says. "And pray tell, what clan has caused destruction to public property?" the Hokage asks, already having an idea of the answer. "Why, the Uzumaki clan, Hokage-sama," Hayashi replies. "When did this happen?" the Hokage asks. 8 years ago, Mibuki replies. "The Uzumaki clan denies any allegations on that matter," Shikaka shouts. "It wasn't until recently that this council even acknowledged that the Uzumaki clan was in Konoha. Therefore, the Uzumaki clan cannot be held responsible for an incident that occurred before this council's ruling." "Nara-san makes a good point," Hamura Mitokado says. "Besides, what event are you talking about, and why are you trying to lay blame at the Uzumaki's feet?" "Why, the Kyuubi attack," Councilman Mitokado, Mibuki smugly replies. "That was an event that no one had a hand in it. It is much like a storm on the sea. The Kyuubi attack came out of nowhere. No one could have predicted it or was responsible for it, Inoichi Yamanaka says. But he's the demon, shouts a councilwoman. Before anyone can do anything, an Umbu appears out of nowhere and takes her head off with a swift slice of his blade and vanishes with the body. Now that the trash has been taken care of, does anyone want to try that again? This law is complete bull. The audacity of this council to even propose such a law is outrageous. And remember, my law is still in effect, the Hokage calmly says while eyeing each and every civilian council member. But Hokage dash, Mibuki starts to say until the Hokage's eyes meets hers and she falls silent. All those opposed to this proposed law, the Hokage asks. The Yamanaka clan opposes, Inochi says. The Nara clan opposes, Shikaku says. The Akimichi clan opposes, Choza says. The Inazuka clan opposes, Tsum says. The Aburame clan opposes, Shibi says. The Uzumaki clan opposes, Naruto says. Danzo Shimura oppose this, Danzo says. Hamura Mitokado oppose this, Hamura says. Koryudatane oppose this, Koharu says. Hiruzen Tsutobi the third Hokage oppose this, Hiruzen says. That is more than enough to oppose this law. It can now go into the trash where it belongs. The civilian council members and Hayashi Hyuga all sit down grumbling quietly. Now, on to the next matter before us. You mentioned a few arranged marriages, correct? The Hokage asks. Yes, Hokage-sama. I have here a proposal to the Uzumaki clan to marry my daughter, Hinata, and to marry Councilwoman Haruno's daughter, Sakura. This contract states that when Naruto reaches the age of 16, he will marry both girls, Hayashi says. Hyuga-san, may I see the contract? Shikaku asks politely. Hayashi hands the contract over to the Nara clan head without a thought. Shikaku starts reading through it quickly. After a few moments, he gasps and glares at both Mibuki and Haishur. Hyuga-san, Haruno-san, is it your intention to deceive the Uzumaki clan? Shikaku asks coldly. I have no idea what you mean, Nara-san, Haishur replies. Really, Hyuga-san? Then tell me why it says in this contract that until Naruto marries the two young ladies that he will give all political power over to the Hyuga clan and to Haruno-san? Or why it says that he would live with the Hyuga and have a seal placed on him? Shikaku asks angrily. What the hell? The other clan heads, Hokage and Elder Council shout at the same time. I can tell you right now, the Uzumaki clan will never sign this contract, Haishi team, Naruto shouts. And I can tell you that the Nara clan stand behind the Uzumaki clan in its decision, Shikaku says standing up. The other clan heads stand, adding their support to Naruto and Shikaku. Then I withdraw the proposal, Haishur says, holding his hand out for the contract. Instead of handing the contract to Haishur, Shikaku hands it to the Hokage. I think I will keep this for now, the Hokage says, glaring at Haishur. Haishur schools his features and calmly sits down. Flashback end. Of course, that didn't stop the Hyuga clan head, Councilwoman Haruno, or even Danzo Shimura from trying to gain access to the Uzumaki clan grounds. Over the last 2 years, all three had sent many ninjas to try and break into the Uzumaki grounds. All they had to show for it was various dead ninja, or ninja with no mind left. The Uzumaki clan seals protecting the grounds stopped them every time. Naruto stepped out of the shower and got dressed. Heading downstairs to the kitchen, he thought on what he learned about Kiski. That had been a bombshell and an eye-opener for both him and the Hokage. Flashback 1 year ago. Naruto was sneaking up behind Kiski. He slowly and quietly drew a kunai and ran forward. He leapt into the air and came down leading with the kunai. The kunai cut through the back of Kiski's shirt, exposing the man's back to Naruto. As Naruto stood back up, and before Kiski could move, Naruto noticed seals covering the man's back. Where are all those seals, Kiski-sensei? Naruto asks. I didn't mean for you to discover that secret so soon, Naruto. I think it would be best if we talked with the Hokage present, so he can hear this too. It's something I had planned on telling you when you were older. However, since you discovered it, I best tell you now, or you'd never give up until you've found the answer, Kiski says. He goes over to Naruto and places a hand on his shoulder. They both vanish in a shunshin, appearing outside the Hokage's office. Kiski knocks on the door and hears the Hokage say, "Come in." They both walk in, and Kiski points Naruto to a seat. Naruto sits down, confusion on his face. "Kiski, Naruto, to what do I owe the pleasure?" the Hokage asks. "Hokage-sama, I must ask that you clear the room. I have something that I must tell both you and Naruto," Kiski says. The Hokage makes a motion with his hand, and the Umbu appear and walk out without a question. Kiski goes through some hand signs and shouts, "Uzumaki sealing technique, room of secrets." There's a great boom as the jutsu goes off. "There now, we can talk without anyone listening in," Kiski says calmly as he sits down. "I have a very dark secret to tell you both. I was only to tell the secret if Naruto found out, or if I deemed him ready for the secret. Naruto, Hokage-sama, the truth is I am not a flesh and blood human. I am the culmination of Uzumaki sealing techniques. I was created over 200 years ago by an Uzumaki named Kitsuchi Uzumaki. I was made for one purpose: to protect the Uzumaki clan and to train those who had their Quincy powers awakened." Sarutobi and Naruto's eyes both widen in shock at this. "What? How can that be?" the Hokage asks, confused. "I don't know how I was made. I just know why I was made, Hokage-sama. I don't even know if I could truly die. I've seen so much of this world. I have seen friends and people I consider family slowly die of age while I stayed the same," Kiski says sadly. "When young Naruto passed the test a year ago, I found purpose again. I found someone to train in the Uzumaki arts once again. I haven't started training him in sealing yet, but when he is ready, I will. I will teach Naruto everything I can for as long as I can." The three spent a few hours talking about what this all meant and how it would affect Naruto as he grew. Flashback ends. Naruto walked into the kitchen and saw Kiski setting the table for dinner. Over the last 2 years, Naruto has come to see Kiski as more of an older brother than his protector and trainer. Naruto helps him with dinner, and the two dig in. "So, Naruto, you ready for tomorrow?" Kiski asks. "Yeah, I'm ready, Kiski-sensei. I have studied as much as I can, and I plan on being in the middle of the class. This way I can hide my abilities and gather as much information on everyone in the class," Naruto replies. "Very astute of you, Naruto. Thinking calmly and knowing not to show off shows how much you have changed over the last 2 years. I'm proud of you," Kiski says. "They won't know what hit them when I start," Naruto says, chuckling evilly. "No pranking them too much, Naruto. You have to remember the Umbu is still mad at you for gluing their masks to their faces and dyeing their uniforms hot pink," Kiski says, laughing merrily at the memory. "Don't worry too much, sensei. I'll be on my toes to follow the rules," Naruto replies. The two spend the rest of the evening talking and laughing. When Naruto gets ready for bed, he takes one last look at the moon and thinks, tomorrow will be the start of the real training. I must not allow anyone to know what I truly can do. And with that final thought, he crawls into bed and falls asleep. Chapter 7. School Days. Naruto woke up hearing his alarm going off. Groggily, he climbed out of bed and made his way to the bathroom for his morning ritual. As the warm water of the shower ran over him, he thought on the information Kiski made him gather on who would be in his class at the Ninja Academy. With Kiski's help, Naruto felt he had a general idea on each person's personality. Sasuke Uchiha, an 8-year-old boy. He stands at 4 feet 1 inch in height, weighs in at 63 pounds, has black eyes and black hair, has the normal Uchiha smugness, thinks he's better than everyone around him, has an older brother, Itachi, who was an Umbu captain until he went crazy one night and wiped out the Uchiha clan. All but Sasuke, that is. Hinata Hyuga, the Hyuga heiress. She stands at 3 feet 8 inches in height, weighs 60 pounds, has white, pupil-less eyes, is extremely shy and timid, possibly being abused by her father. Would be a great person once she breaks out her shell. Sakura Haruno, daughter of the civilian councilwoman, Mibuki, has pink hair just like her mother, stands in at 3 feet 5 inches and weighs only 40 pounds. Can get very loud when she's angry or annoyed by something. Probably won't focus on being a ninja until her attitude changes. Shikamaru Nara, the Nara heir. He is 4 feet 4 inches in height and weighs 65 pounds. Has black hair and brown eyes. Probably as lazy as his father and sees anything as troublesome. Most likely just as smart as his father too. Is friends with the Akimichi heir. Will make a great strategist. Kiba Inuzuka, not the Inuzuka heir. His older sister, Hana, is. He stands at 4 feet 6 inches in height and weighs 67 pounds. Hasn't received the trademark tattoos under his eyes yet, so he doesn't have his Dog companion yet. Seems to be brash and headstrong. Will become a strong ninja as long as he learns to control his need to show off and try to be the alpha. Ino Yamanaka, the Yamanaka heiress. She is 3 feet 7 inches and weighs 44 pounds. Has long blonde hair. Is friends with Sakura. Seems to focus more on her looks than on trying to train as a ninja. Would make a great ninja once she learns looks aren't everything. Shino Aburame, the Aburame heir. He stands at 4 feet 5 inches in height. Don't know his weight. Has dark brown hair and constantly wears sunglasses. Has a colony of insects housed in his body. Is extremely quiet. Hardly talks. Like his father, probably uses logic more than anything. Choji Akimichi, the Akimichi heir. He stands at 3 feet 9 inches in height and weighs 110 pounds. Has light brown hair. He is not fat. Never call an Akimichi fat unless you wish for death. Has an outgoing personality, though was rejected because of his weight. Is friends with the Nara heir. Stepping out of the shower and getting dressed, Naruto is excited. I can't wait to see just how things go. This graduating class will be quite strong. Mostly made up of clan heirs and a few promising civilians. It's going to be an interesting 4 years, he thinks to himself. He looks at himself in the mirror, making sure everything was in its proper place. He was wearing dark blue pants with red tape holding the cuffs around his ankles, a white long-sleeve shirt with a light blue tinge to it, and the Uzumaki swirl on the back and black ninja boots. He had a thigh holster on his right thigh, holding kunai, and a hip holster holding various other ninja tools. Looking at the clock, Naruto rushes downstairs to the kitchen. He chows down a bowl of cereal and rushes out the door. Kiski is walking into the clan compound when he sees Naruto coming out the front door of the main house. Hey Naruto, what's the rush? You've got plenty of time to make it to the academy, Kiski says. What? But my clock said I only had 5 minutes to make it. Naruto stammers confusedly. Huh, I set your clock ahead an hour. Kiski says, chuckling. It was payback for that time you dyed my hair green and put icy hot in all my underwear. Naruto grumbles at this, but he starts chuckling at the memory of Kiski hopping around, howling in pain because of his little prank. Well, you shouldn't have taken ramen away from me, Kiski-sensei. You know that the Ichirakus fed me ramen when they could. Their little ramen stand never made a lot of money, so when they gave me ramen, it was out of the kindness of their hearts, Naruto tells Kiski. Hi, I know Naruto, but you can't eat ramen all the time. Everything in moderation is better for you, Kiski says. Let's go, Naruto. I'll walk with you to the academy. Kiski and Naruto start walking to the academy. The whole way there, some civilians were looking at Naruto with contempt and hatred in their eyes. Others were looking at him with respect and awe. What a bunch of hypocrites. Once they found out about my clan status, it was Uzumaki-sama this and Uzumaki-sama that. I will show them by making my own name. They will respect me for me, Naruto thinks to himself. Ignore them, Naruto. They aren't worth your time, Kiski says. In time, they will come to realize their mistakes and see you for you. I know, Sensei. It's just I don't like how quickly they changed once my clan status was announced, Naruto replies. Kiski points out the academy to Naruto. Naruto comes out of his funk as they near the academy. Milling around outside the academy are many parents with their children. Naruto sees that the civilians and clans are in separate areas. Just to be outside the norm, Naruto decides to walk over to the civilians. He sees Mabuki Haruno with her daughter and decides to at least be polite. "Good morning, Haruno-san. How are you doing today?" Naruto asks joyfully. "Oh, hello, Uzumaki-sama. I'm doing quite well this morning. I'm here to drop off my daughter, Sakura." Sakura, this is Naruto Uzumaki, head of the Uzumaki clan and will most likely be in your class, Mabuki says with a smile plastered on her face. "Hey, hello, Uzumaki-sama. My name is Sakura Haruno," Sakura says meekly. "Call me Naruto, Sakura-san. I'm not one for formalities, and I'd rather be called Naruto by my friends," Naruto says with a smile. Mabuki's smile widens as she hears this. Maybe Sakura can get the boy to like her and marry her. Then we can kill the demon off and take over the Uzumaki clan and be more powerful, Mabuki thinks to herself. She is brought out of her thoughts when Shikaka Nara, Choza Akimichi, Inochi Yamanaka, and some Inuzuka come over with their children. "Good morning, Uzumaki-san, Haruno-san. How are you both doing today?" some Inuzuka asks. "Good morning, Inuzuka-san, Nara-san, Akimichi-san, Yamanaka-san. I'm doing quite well. Can't wait for class to start and see what the next 4 years will be like," Naruto replies. "Good morning to you all as well. I'm doing good this morning," Mabuki says. "Uzumaki-san, I wanted to introduce you to my pup Kiba. He may be a bit on the rough side, but I'm proud of him," Sum says. "Kiba, this is young Naruto Uzumaki. We've talked about him a few times at home." "Hello, Naruto-san," Kiba says, stepping forward to shake Naruto's hand. "I'm going to be a great ninja like my mother and father." "I have no doubt you will bring honor to the Inuzuka clan, Kiba-san," Naruto replies. "Can you be less troublesome, Uzumaki-san?" Shikaku says lazily. "This is my son, Shikamaru." "Troublesome. Hello, Naruto-san," Shikamaru says, just as lazily as his father. "Hello, Shikamaru-san," Naruto replies. Before any more introductions could commence, they all heard the bell ring, signaling that it was time to get to their class. Naruto walked in with the others, waving goodbye to the clan heads and Kiski. Making his way to room 128, Naruto looks for a seat. Seeing an empty one in the back, he makes his way to it. "Hello, class. My name is Irika Yumino, and I will be your teacher for the next 4 years. I will teach you everything you need to know to survive in the ninja world," Irika Yumino says. He proceeds to take roll call. "Okay, everyone is here. Now, I would like everyone to follow me outside to the training grounds. We will have a bit of fun," Irika says. The class all follow him out to the training grounds. "All right, who here could do a jutsu?" Irika asks. Immediately, several hands go up. Sasuke Uchiha, Choji Akimichi, Shikamaru Nara, Hinata Hyuga, and Naruto all raise their hands. "Good. Now, one at a time, come forward and do your jutsu," Irika says. Sasuke steps forward and runs through some hand signs and shouts, "Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire release, great fireball technique." A 6-foot fireball is shot out of Sasuke's mouth. Everyone is surprised, and as the technique dissipates, all of the girls in the class, except for Hinata Hyuga, all let out a fangirl squeal. "Very good, Sasuke. Please step back so the next person can go," Irika says. Choji Akimichi steps forward after Sasuke walks away. He goes through some hand signs and shouts, "Buben Baika no Jutsu, partial multi-size technique." His arms grow 3 times their normal size. Choji holds the jutsu for a few moments, then releases it, returning to normal size. He pulls out a bag of chips and starts eating them. "Very good, Choji. Really good control there. So, who's next?" Irika asks. Shikamaru Nara steps forward with a mumbled, "Troublesome." He goes through some hand signs and says, "Cage main no Jutsu, shadow imitation technique." His shadow stretches until it connects with Irika's. Shikamaru holds it for a minute, then releases the jutsu. "Good job, Shikamaru," Irika says. Shikamaru nods and walks off with another mumbled, troublesome. Next, Irika says. Hinata Hyuga shyly walks forward, pointer fingers poking each other in front of her. Irika-sensei, I will need a training dummy for my jutsu, Hinata meekly says. Irika nods at her and goes to grab a training dummy for her. He places it down in front of her. Hinata whispers Byakugan, and the veins around her eyes pop out and her eyes become even more white. She then yells, Hakusan Juni Sho, 8 trigrams 32 palms. Her hands become a blur to the academy students as she strikes the training dummy. In seconds, it is over. She stands in front of the training dummy, breathing heavily. Well done, Hinata. You are quite fast in your strikes. Thank you for showing one of your clan's techniques, Irika says with praise. Okay, that leaves Naruto. Come forward, Naruto, and show your jutsu. Naruto steps forward, giving Hinata a slight nod as she passes him. Irika-sensei, I don't think you'd qualify this as a jutsu, but it is a clan technique, Naruto says. Irika nods for Naruto to continue. Naruto stands in the middle of the training ground and grips his left wrist with his right hand. He doesn't mutter anything, but everyone can feel a buildup of something. Suddenly, a blue energy shoots out of his wrist, forming a bow. This is all I can do for now, Irika-sensei, Naruto says as he deactivates the bow. Very good, Naruto, and thank you for showing a clan technique, Irika says. Naruto walks back to the rest of the academy students. Sasuke steps in front of Naruto, preventing him from passing. Teach me that technique, dope, the Uchiha says smugly. No, it is a clan technique, and besides, you would never be able to learn it, Naruto says sternly. How do you know, dope? I am an Uchiha. We can learn all jutsu, Sasuke says. Then teach me the Sharingan, Naruto tells him. That's impossible. You aren't an Uchiha. You need to have the blood of an Uchiha to awaken the Sharingan, Sasuke yells. Then, there's your answer. You can't learn my technique because you aren't an Uzumaki, Naruto says as he walks away. Sasuke stares at Naruto's back, seething in anger. I will get that power from you, dope. You will teach it to me. I need power so I can kill him, he thinks to himself. The rest of the class passes quickly for everyone. As Naruto heads home, he thinks to himself, it's going to be a long 4 years if the Uchiha continues to act that way. At least I met some decent and interesting people. I will need to keep an eye on the Uchiha. I don't trust him, and who knows what he will try to do to me. Chapter 8. The Woes of Naruto, Uzumaki Part 1. It's been 4 years, Naruto thinks to himself as he makes his way to the Ninja Academy. 4 years of dealing with the looks, the sneers, the sabotage. For years of dealing with the Uchiha. Once I got the basics of the Uzumaki clan taijutsu down and beat Sasuke, he's been demanding I fight him every day. It's been a chore to ignore the Uchiha. At least when team placements occur, I shouldn't be on the Uchiha's team. I've made sure I'm in the middle of the class, just so I'm not placed on his team. Naruto is pulled out of his musings as he arrives at the Ninja Academy. He sees Irika Yumino standing outside. Good morning, Irika-sensei, Naruto says as he walks up to Irika. Good morning, Naruto. Ready to graduate and be on a team? Irika asks. Yeah, I've been ready with all the training Quincy-sensei puts me through, Naruto says with a smile. Naruto has grown so much over the last 4 years, Irika thinks to himself. I'm amazed that he doesn't let his burdens slow him down any. He'll make a great ninja. Well, sensei, I'm going to head into the class and wait for everyone, Naruto says. Ok, Naruto. I'll meet you in there in a while, Irika replies. Academy Room 128. Naruto walks into the classroom and sees that he's the first one there. He goes and sits in his normal seat at the back of the room. He now stands at 5 feet 3 inches, one of the tallest in the class. He weighs 107 pounds. He still has a sleek runner's body. For years of good food and training help him grow strong. Kiski-sensei was a slave driver the last 4 years. He made sure I'd be prepared for ninja life. Learning the basics of sealing so I can make my own storage scrolls has been invaluable to me. and teaching me to harness my Quincy powers will be a major trump card in a fight. Learning to manifest arrows along with the bow took me over a year. At least now, I'm able to shoot on the run, Naruto thinks to himself. Learning the speed technique, Hirankiyaku, took me the longest. 2.5 years on that one technique, and learning to fire arrows accurately while using blunt took a lot of effort. But for now, I can only use Hirankiyaku for short bursts. What was surprising to me is the fact that low-level jutsu are out of my range. Too much chakra and not enough control. Kiski-sensei actually had to beg Hokage Jiji to be able to teach me the Shadow Clone Jutsu. It'll allow me to pass and give me a trump card where numbers are needed. Naruto pulls out a beginner's sealing book from his hip pouch and begins to read it. He's soon engrossed into the book and doesn't notice it when the other academy students start walking in. "Hello, Naruto-sen," Shino Abrame says as he sits down next to Naruto. Shino stands at 5 feet 2 inches and wears a long gray coat with a high collar over black ninja pants and black ninja sandals. You can't see much of his face due to the high collar and the black sunglasses he wears all the time. "Hello, Shino-san," Naruto says in reply. "Are you ready to graduate?" "Yes, and I have a logical idea of team placements for the clan heirs," Shino says. "Really?" Naruto asks. "Do tell." "Well, we'll start with me. I think that I will be placed on a team with Kiba Inuzuka and Hinata Hyuga to make a tracking team," Shino says. "That would make sense," Naruto calmly replies. "Next we have Ino Yamanaka, Choji Akimichi, and Shikimura Nara for a capture and interrogation squad," Shino says. "Again, that makes sense. That would leave Sasuke Uchiha. Me, and I'd assume a civilian," Naruto states. "Yes, to make a heavy hitter squad. It does make the most sense, Naruto-san," Shino says. "It'll suck, but I can make that work," Naruto replies. "I'll be dealing with the Uchiha, trying to learn techniques from me. Makes me glad that Kiski-sensei put a seal on me to stop the Sharingan from copying any techniques I do. That is quite an ace to have, Naruto-san," says Shikimura as he sits on the other side of Naruto. "Do you think Kiski-san would find it troublesome to apply the seal to me?" "No, I don't think he'd mind doing that for my friends, Shikimura," Naruto replies. Before the three friends can continue talking, they hear a loud rumbling. "Oh, dear, here come the fangirls," they think at the same time. They watch with amusement as a horde of civilian academy girls all try to cram through the narrow opening of the door to the classroom. "I think it's a record," Naruto states in amusement. "It may be, Naruto-san. They are all so troublesome," Shikamaru says as he places his head down on the desk. "There they go. This has to be a record fangirl pileup," Naruto says, laughing as the horde of fangirls all tumble forward in a huge pile of shrieks and screams. Iruka walks in after them and just shakes his head at the spectacle. "Everyone get into your seats," Iruka says quietly. The whole class scrambles for seats, afraid of the mild-mannered teacher. Iruka's big head jutsu was famous for getting even the most unruly class to settle down. "Okay, welcome to the last day of class, everyone. Here soon, we will be going through the graduating exams. Those that pass will move on to be ninja. Those that fail, I wish you all good luck next time and don't give up." Everyone hangs on his words, drawing inspiration from them. "Please don't start until I tell you to," Iruka states as he passes out the written exam. Once done, he goes back to the front of the class. "You all have 30 minutes to complete the exam. You may begin," Iruka says. With a rustle of paper, the students begin the exam. Iruka keeps a keen eye out for anyone cheating. 30 minutes later. "Time is up. Leave your exam on your desk and follow me outside for the physical part of the exam," Iruka says. The class gets up and heads out of the classroom. Iruka follows after them, giving a subtle nod to the back corner of the room. As he closes the door behind him, an umbu appears from the corner of the room and gathers up the test papers. The umbu sits at Iruka's desk and starts grading the papers. "What did I do to deserve this?" the umbu thinks to himself. "Hokage-sama gave me this mission, and now I have to grade academy papers." Outside training ground. Irika started the civilian students on the throwing and accuracy portion of the exam. None of them are noteworthy until Sakura Haruno steps up. Sakura stands at 4 feet 7 inches and weighs 70 pounds. Nothing has changed in the last 4 years. She doesn't take ninja training seriously, Naruto thinks to himself as Sakura takes aim. She throws the kunai and shuriken, hitting 7 out of 10 with the kunai and 8 out of 10 with the shuriken. Did you see that, Sasuke-kun? She asks, squealing. Sasuke doesn't even look in her direction. Very good, Sakura, Irika says as he marks her score down. Ino Yamanaka, you're next. Ino Yamanaka, another fangirl. She stands at 4 feet 8 inches and weighs 72 pounds. Is constantly fighting with Sakura for Sasuke's attention. She doesn't take training seriously either, Naruto thinks as Ino Yamanaka steps forward and throws the shuriken and kunai. She hits 8 out of 10 with each. Yes, I did better than you, forehead. Now Sasuke will love me, Ino says triumphantly. She runs back to the group of students and stands next to Sasuke. Did you see that, Sasuke-kun? She asks. Sasuke looks at her, raising her hopes. He huffs and turns his back to her. He's so cool, Ino thinks to herself. Next is Hinata Hyuga, Irika says loudly. This will be interesting. Hinata has come a long way in 4 years. Still quiet and shy, but shows a lot of skill. She stands at 5 feet 0 inches and weighs 85 pounds. She's quite strong in taijutsu, able to hold her own against even Sasuke. Naruto thinks as Hinata steps forward and throws the kunai and shuriken, hitting 9 out of 10 targets with them both. Very good, Hinata, Irika says proudly. Next up is Shikamaru Nara. Good job, Hinata, Naruto says as Hinata joins the crowd of students. Thank you, Naruto-kun, Hinata says shyly as a blush forms on her face. Shikamaru Nara stands 5 feet 1 inch and weighs 98 pounds. Still as lazy as his father, but probably the smartest person in the whole academy and a great friend, Naruto thinks to himself. Troublesome, Shikamaru says as he steps forward. He throws the kunai and shuriken, hitting 7 out of 10 with both. Just enough to pass. Less troublesome that way, he thinks to himself. Thank you, Shikamaru, Irika says. Next is Choji Akimichi. Choji Akimichi stands in at 5 feet 0 inches and weighs 130 pounds. A gentle soul and a fun person to hang out with, Naruto thinks as Choji steps forward. He throws the shuriken and kunai, hitting 8 out of 10 targets with both. Good job, Choji, Irika says. Next is Kiba Inuzuka. Kiba Inuzuka stands in at 5 feet 2 inches and weighs 100 pounds. Still brash and hard to get along with, but is a great friend. Got his nin dog when he was 10, Akamaru. If he graduates, he'll get the Inuzuka tattoos, signifying his first step into adulthood. Naruto thinks to himself as Kiba rushes forward and throws the shuriken and kunai without taking aim. He gets 6 out of 10 with the shuriken and 8 out of 10 with the kunai. Very good, Kiba, Irika stayed surprised. Next is Shino Aburame. Shino steps up to the line quietly and throws the kunai and shuriken, getting 9 out of 10 with each. Nice job, Shino, Irika says. Next is Sasuke Uchiha. Thank you, Sensei, Shino says quietly as he walks back to the rest of the students. Watch this dope, Sasuke says arrogantly to Naruto as he steps up to the throwing line. He throws all the kunai at once, hitting 9 out of 10 targets. He then throws the shuriken and hits all 10 targets. Very well done, Sasuke, Irika says. Naruto Uzumaki, you are next. Beat that, dope, Sasuke says as Naruto steps forward. I will, team, Naruto says with a smile. He scoops up the kunai and while looking at Sasuke, starts throwing them one at a time, hitting every target. He then throws the shuriken and hits all the targets again. Naruto smiles at Sasuke. There you go. I beat your score. Sasuke grinds his teeth and glares at Naruto. Great job, Naruto, Irika says proudly. Next up will be the taijutsu portion of the exam. The class made their way to the sparring area of the training grounds. Irika quickly paired up civilian student with civilian student. Needless to say, those fights were boring. Next, we'll have Hinata Hyuga versus basic civilian girl cannon fodder #1. Asterisk, Irika says. The two girls step into the sparring circle. Begin, Irika says. It's over before anyone can turn away. Basic civilian girl cannon fodder #1 ran at Hinata with a cry of Sasuke-kun. Hinata sidestepped the girl and tapped her on the back of the neck, knocking her out. Winner, Hinata Hyuga, Irika says. Next will be Ino Yamanaka versus Sakura Haruno. The two girls step into the ring, and after Irika says begin, they charge at each other. They abandon any form of taijutsu and just resort to pulling hair, scratching, and biting. After a few minutes of this, Irika steps forward and separates them. Both of you stop and go to the nurse. I'm ashamed of you both, Irika shouts at the two girls. They walk away with their heads down. Next, we'll have Sasuke Uchiha versus Choji Akimichi. The two boys step into the ring and wait for Irika's signal to start. Once he gives the signal, Sasuke rushes forward, throwing punches and kicks in the Uchiha Interceptor Fist *1. Choji tries his best to block and dodge what he can. This goes on for 3 minutes before Choji trips on a rock and lands outside the ring. Winner, Sasuke Uchiha, Irika says. Good job, Choji. You lasted 3 minutes and 15 seconds against Sasuke. Next up, we'll have Shino Aburame against Shikamaru Nara. The two boys walk into the ring. Before Irika has a chance to say begin, Shino raises his hand. Yes, Shino, Irika asks. Sensei, it would be unwise for me to fight Shikamaru. At this time, I am integrating a new hive, and taking any damage would possibly damage the delicate tunnels used by the insects of my clan, Shino says. Very well, Irika says. Shikamaru wins. Troublesome, Shikamaru says as he goes and sits at the base of a tree. Next is Kiba Inuzuka and Naruto Uzumaki, Irika says. Kiba rushes forward after setting Akamaru down. Naruto steps into the ring. Stay out of this, buddy. This is my fight for now. I'll take you for a long walk after this, Kiba tells Akamaru. He gets a happy bark in response. Begin, Irika says. Kiba rushes forward using the Inuzuka clan taijutsu, the Swift Claw. Naruto sets himself into his taijutsu stance, the Dance of the Tides. Naruto dodges the right kick Kiba throws his way. Everyone watches in amazement as Naruto is all of a sudden behind Kiba, throwing a punch. Kiba darts to the side, barely dodging. This is going to be good, right, Naruto? Kiba asks with a feral grin on his face. Yes, out of everyone here, I think you're one of the few that can push me, Naruto replies, his grin just as wide as Kiba's. The boys rush at each other throwing punches and kicks. Punches are blocked and the kicks are dodged. They back away for a breather. This continues for 5 minutes. Finally, just as Irika is going to call a tie, Naruto finds an opening in Kiba's defenses. He sends a punch forward and catches Kiba on the stomach. Oof, Kiba says as all the air rushes out of his lungs. Naruto capitalizes on this and gets behind Kiba, placing him in a chokehold. A few moments are all it takes, and Kiba is unconscious. Winner, Naruto, Irika says. Now let's go back inside and do the jutsu portion of the exam. Classroom 128. Naruto sits in the classroom alone. Everyone else has already been called by Irika for the jutsu portion of the exam. This sucks. They just go in random order. They should have gone in alphabetic order, Naruto thinks to himself. Then I wouldn't be the last one called. Oh well, I'll pass and go have some ramen afterwards. Naruto Uzumaki. Irika calls from the door of the classroom. Naruto gets up and follows Irika into another room. Naruto, in order for you to pass, you have to successfully do the clone jutsu, the transformation jutsu, and the substitution jutsu, Irika tells him. Ok, Iruka-sensei, Naruto replies. Let's start with the transformation jutsu, Naruto, Irika says. Enhin no Jutsu, transformation jutsu, como Naruto shouts. A cloud of smoke envelopes him. When it clears, Irika becomes wide-eyed. Naruto transformed into a copy of Kiski. Very good, Naruto. It looks like you have that down pat, Irika says. Now do the substitution jutsu. Irika throws a wooden kunai at Naruto. Naruto shouts kawarimi no jutsu. Substitution jutsu. Punto. Again, Naruto is surrounded by a plume of smoke. When it clears, the log that was in the corner of the room is where Naruto once stood. Very good, Naruto, Irika says. Now do the clone jutsu. I can't, Irika-sensei. I have too much chakra to do the clone jutsu, Naruto says. It's because of my burden. I don't know another clone jutsu that I can do. Very well, Naruto. If you know another clone jutsu and are successful, you'll pass, Irika says. With a shout of Kagabunshin no jutsu, shadow clone jutsu, another plume of smoke erupts around Naruto. When it clears, Irika sees four Narutos standing there. Great job, Naruto, Irika shouts. Here is your Hitayate. Can I have one without a cloth? Irika-sensei, Naruto asks. Kiski-sensei has a cloth for it at home for me. Here you go, Naruto. Come back in a week for team placements, Irika says. Naruto takes the Hitayate from Irika and runs out of the school. He makes a fast beeline for Ichiraku Ramen. Running into the stand, Naruto shouts, Old man, I'll have 3 bowls of beef ramen and keep them coming for Kahona's newest ninja. Tuchi Ichiraku peeks through the divider from the kitchen and sees Naruto. Coming right up Naruto, he says joyfully. 3 hours later, Naruto leaves the ramen stand with a full belly. He makes it back to the Uzumaki compound fairly quickly. I can't believe I ate 23 bowls. Kiski-sensei will have me work this all off tomorrow, Naruto thinks to himself as he crawls into bed. Team placements are in a week, and I'll see just how correct Shino was. I hope he was wrong about where I'll be placed. I can make it work, but it'll be hard with the Uchiha. With that last thought floating in his head, Naruto drifts off to sleep. Soon the boy will be in situations that will cause him to call on my power. Then the fun will begin. I'll be able to slowly influence him without him realizing it. The Kyuubi thinks to itself. Chapter 9. The Woes of Naruto, Uzumaki Part 2. Naruto woke up to the sound of his alarm blaring. He shuts the evil thing off and heads for the shower. After getting dressed for the day, he heads down to the kitchen for breakfast. He sees Kiski sitting at the table eating some cereal. Good morning, Kiski-sensei, Naruto says tiredly. Good morning, Naruto, Kiski replies. Any plans for today? I got nothing other than the normal afternoon workout, Naruto says. Good. We have a council meeting to get to at 10 a.m. You need to be ready and on your toes, Kiski tells him. Oh boy, it's going to be a long day, Naruto says as he sits down to eat. After eating and cleaning the dishes, he heads back to his room to put on his clan head regalia, as Kiski calls it. It is a white yukata with dark blue accents and the Uzumaki clan swirl on the breast above the heart and on the back. Naruto summons a shadow clone without hand signs or saying the jutsu. The shadow clone proceeds to help Naruto put the yukata on. Well, how do I look? Naruto asks his shadow clone. You look good, boss, the clone replies. Naruto dismisses the clone and heads downstairs. Kiski is waiting for him in his own yukata. This is a deep, dark red with light blue Uzumaki swirls all over it. You ready, Naruto? Kiski asks. About as ready as I'll ever be, Naruto says. They head out of the Uzumaki compound and head to the Hokage Tower. Council chambers. Naruto and Kiski walk into the council chambers and see only the other clan heads there. They both bow respectively to the clan heads and take their seats. Good morning, Nara-sen, Akimichi-sen, Yamanaka-sen, Aburame-sen, Inazuka-sen, Hyuga-sen, Naruto says to his fellow clan heads. Good morning, Uzumaki-sen, Shikaku says. I heard you graduated from the Ninja Academy. Let me be the first to welcome you to the ninja ranks, Uzumaki-san. I have a feeling you'll become a great ninja someday. Thank you, Nara-san, Naruto replies. Before any more conversation could happen, the council chamber doors open and the civilian council, the elder council, and the Hokage all walk in. They all walked to their seats and sat down. Good morning, everyone. I have called this meeting to talk about a few things and bring other things to this council's attention. The Hokage began. I have quite a few things to say, so please wait until I am done if you have any questions. The council looks around at each other and nods at the Hokage to continue. First things first, would Mabuki Haruno and Hayashi Hyuga step forward? The Hokage says sternly. The Hyuga clan head glances at Mabuki before calmly walking forward. Mabuki joins Hayashi in front of the Hokage and Elder Council. It has come to our attention that over the last 6 years you both have used ninja in an attempt to gain access to the Uzumaki clan grounds, Hamura Mitokado says. This has caused over 80 ninja to either die or be permanently injured. The Elder Council and the Hokage have come to an agreement. Mabuki Haruno, you will no longer have the authority to use ninja without the express permission of this council in its entirety. Hayashi Hyuga, we may not be able to stop you from sending any family to attempt to gain access to the Uzumaki clan grounds. However, we can stop you from using this village's ninja to do it. You also cannot use ninja without the approval of this council, and you both will pay the Uzumaki clan $14 million Rio. The two council members' eyes widen in shock. This is outrageous. The Hyuga clan will not stand for this, Hayashi Hyuga shouts. You will pay it, Hyuga-san. We have plenty of evidence to present to your Hyuga Elder Council that shows you hired these ninja in an attempt to steal a clan's secrets, the Hokage shouts. If you pulled this stunt with any of the other clans, you'd be facing the same outcome. Everyone sits there in shock and silence at the revelation of the dirty deeds. Naruto raises his hand, wanting to talk. Yes, Uzumaki-san, the Hokage asks. Naruto stands up and smooths out his yukata. Honored Council, Hokage-sama, Naruto begins. As the aggrieved party, I understand the punishment. However, I do have something to say. You can expect a clan like the Hyugas to pay that amount with no problem. But you can't expect Haruno-san to be able to pay that amount all at once. I asked for some leniency in Haruno-san's case. Allow her to pay the money back at a monthly amount that would not hinder her or her family's living situation. Mabuki Haruno can only stare at the young man in shock. What is he planning? She thinks to herself. The rest of the council is nodding their heads in agreement to what Naruto has said. Uzumaki-san, you are both kind and wise for your young age, Kavayudatane says. It shows great maturity to do something like that to someone who has wronged you. Hokage-sama, I think Uzumaki-san does make a valid point. By taking a monthly stipend from Haruno-san, we can be sure she pays back Uzumaki-san and still has enough to support her family. The Hokage nods in agreement. Very well. Haruno-san will have a monthly stipend taken from her account to pay back the Uzumaki clan. Hayashi Hyuga and Mabuki Haruno both walk back to their seats. The other clan heads glare at Hayashi as he walks by. On to our next order of business, the Hokage says. Councilman Danzo Shimura and Mabuki Haruno have a proposal for this council. I open the floor to Shimura-san. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Danzo says calmly. The proposal is to have Kisuke Uzumaki teach Uchiha-sama to train in the way he trained young Uzumaki-san. Naruto starts to rise in protest, but is stopped by both Kisuke and Shikaku. Wait, Naruto, allow Kisuke to handle this, Shikaku whispers. Kisuke stands up and smooths out his yukata. Honorable Council, Hokage-sama, Kisuke begins. I have trained Uzumaki-sama for the last 6 years. I have trained him in everything he needed to prepare to become a ninja. Everything I have trained him in is not for anyone else other than members of the Uzumaki clan. Uchiha-san would not be able to learn any of it. It is out of his reach because he is not of Uzumaki blood. The boy is arrogant and spoiled, all because of whom his family was. Every ninja in the village knows of the history of the Uzumaki clan. However, Young Uzumaki-sama was not accorded the respect he deserved. He was shunned, abused, and had multiple assassination attempts on his life. When I started training him, I had to take the time to teach him how to read and write. He was 6 years old at the time. He should have been going to the civilian school to learn the basics, but wasn't allowed. I will not train Uchiha-san. I will not train anyone who is not of Uzumaki blood. You must train Uchiha-sama, Mabuki shouts. Uzumaki-san doesn't need those techniques. Uchiha-sama does. Calm down, Hiruno-san, the Hokage says. Kisuke has been a loyal shinobi of this village for quite some time. He came here with Uzumaki-san's mother. In all the years he's served this village, he has never taught anyone any of the Uzumaki techniques. And he will continue to hold true to that. Hiruno-san, Shimura-san, this is my ruling. Kisuke Uzumaki will continue to do what he's been doing in training young Uzumaki-san. He will not be forced to train anyone. Is that understood? Yes, Hokage-sama, Danzo says with a blank face. Inside he is seething in anger. I will get the Uzumaki clan techniques. What little information I have gathered on what the Uzumaki brat knows is the techniques are powerful, he thinks to himself. Shimura-san, Kisuke says to gain his attention. Please stop this route to try and gain the Uzumaki clan techniques. Otherwise the roots of the tree might wither and die. Danzo's lone eye widened slightly. He knows. How does he know? Danzo asks himself. He gives a slight nod to Kisuke. Well, the next piece of business is brought to us by young Uzumaki-san, the Hokage says. I turn the floor over to you, Uzumaki-san. Thank you, Hokage-sama, Naruto says. What I have to say will shock some of you and anger others. I may be young and I may have just become a ninja, but I do care for this village. Our ninja academy sucks. What do you mean, Uzumaki-san? Shikaka Nara asks. I mean that out of the possible 15 teams of ninjas, there will only be 3 teams that pass. There are problems with the school. It needs an overhaul in how things are taught. I have here a list of things that I think should change, Naruto says. He hands a stack of copies to the Hokage, who takes one and starts passing the rest out. Hiruzen takes a look at the list. Proposed changes to the Ninja Academy. Allow history to be home taught. Too much time in the classroom is taken by studying history. Demand more physical training. Too many students do not take physical training seriously. Taijutsu has at times devolved into catfights or straight-out brawls. Teach more than the standard 3 jutsu in order to graduate. More variety. Get a nutritionist to monitor the female population. Too many of the female students go on diets to make themselves pretty. Add more specialist classes. For example, Kenjutsu or Bojutsu. In the last year of class, blood the students. Give them their first kill in a controlled environment for their safety. This will weed out those who are prepared for the life of a ninja. Place Iraki Yumino as the head of the school. He is a good, unbiased teacher that could improve the school as a whole from that position. The rest of the council looks at the list and slowly mulls it over. Uzumaki-san, this is quite thought out and logical, Shibi Aburame says. Your changes do have merit. They do have merit, Uzumaki-san. However, this would put more strain on the civilian students. Civilian students tend to have less chakra than clan students, some Inazuka says. That is true, Inazuka-san. However, if training is taken seriously and more chakra-intensive training is added, the chakra capacity of all the students would be increased, Naruto replies. Do you require a vote on this today? Uzumaki-san, the Hokage asks. No, I brought this up so it could be talked over, and any changes that needed to occur could happen slowly instead of all at once, Naruto says. Very well, Uzumaki-san. You have given this council much to think and talk about. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. Since there is nothing else on the agenda, I call this meeting to a close, the Hokage says. The counselors get up and exit the room. Classroom 128 a week later. I mean, aren't I? LOL. Naruto is sitting in the back of the classroom beside Shino and Shikamaru. Naruto is wearing black boots, dark blue ninja pants taped at the ankles with black tape, and a sky blue long-sleeve shirt with the Uzumaki crest on the back. He has his height 8 tied onto his right upper arm with a red cloth. The past week has been busy for young Naruto. Quincy pushed his training in preparation of becoming a ninja. "Hello, class," Irika Yumino says from the front of the room. "Congratulations on graduating and becoming ninja of Konoha. I will now separate you into your teams. Teams 1 to 6 are made up of civilian cannon fodder. Team 7 will be Naruto Uzumaki, Sakura Haruno, and Sasuke Uchiha," Irika says. "Your Jonin sensei will be Kakashi Hitaki." Naruto bangs his head on the desk as Sakura lets out a shout of glee. Naruto hands Shino a $10 Rio note. "Thank you, Naruto-san. We'll see if I'm correct about the other teams shortly," Shino says. Team 8 will be Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka, and Hinata Hyuga, Irika says. "Your Jonin sensei will be Kurinai Yui." This time Naruto hands Shino a $50 Rio note. "Well, you're 100% correct, Shino. It'll be interesting in seeing how the teams actually work in the field," Naruto says. Since Team 9 is still in the field, Team 10 will be Shikamaru Nara, Choji Akimichi, and Ino Yamanaka. "Your Jonin sensei will be Asuma Sarutobi," Irika says. The classroom door opens and 2 Jonin walk in. One is a woman with red eyes and black hair. Her outfit seems to be made up of bandages. The other is a male with a beard and a cigar hanging out of his mouth. He's wearing the standard Jonin outfit, dark colors and a tan vest. "Team 8, meet me at Training Ground 54 in 30 minutes, the female Jonin states. She then vanishes in a plume of smoke. "Team 10, meet me at Training Ground 23 in 30 minutes, the male Jonin lazily says as he also vanishes in a plume of smoke. "Well, class, I bid you farewell and good luck," Irika says as he leaves the classroom. Over time, various Jonin come and take the other students. Soon, it is just Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura in the classroom. Sasuke walks over to Naruto and sits down. "Hey, dope," Sasuke starts. "I'm out of here. I'll be on the roof if you need me," Naruto says and walks out of the classroom, leaving behind a seething Sasuke and an excited Sakura. "I'm alone with Sasuke-kun. Now is my chance," Sakura thinks to herself. She walks over to Sasuke and sits down beside him. "Sasuke-kun, do you want to go on a date later?" Sakura asks, hopeful he'll say yes. "HN," is the only response she gets. "He is so cool," Sakura thinks to herself with hearts in her eyes. 3 hours later. For over 3 hours, Sasuke sat staring out the window. Sakura spent that time staring at Sasuke and thinking thoughts no one should hear. "Where are Sensei and the dobe?" Sasuke asks angrily. "Who cares about Naruto Baka, Sasuke? We don't need him," Sakura replies. Just then, the door to the classroom opens. They both turn to the door and see a man with silver, gravity-defying hair with his height 8 covering one eye and a face mask on peek into the room. "You two are late. Naruto and I have been waiting for you on the roof for over 3 hours. Get up there in 5 minutes, or else," the man says lazily and vanishes in a plume of smoke. Sasuke seethes and runs out of the classroom with Sakura following. Academy roof 5 minutes later. Sasuke and Sakura arrive on the roof and see Naruto and the man sitting on a railing. Sasuke sits down and does his normal brooding. Sakura flops to the ground next to Sasuke, huffing and puffing. "Well, you both barely made it in time. I'm Kakashi Hitaki. I will be your Jonin sensei. I want you to introduce yourselves," Kakashi says. "What do you mean, sensei?" Sakura asks. "Really, Sakura? You don't know how to introduce yourself to someone?" Naruto asks. "I'll go first. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like training, Kiski-sensei, ramen, and learning new things. I don't like people who judge others without knowing who they truly are and the 3 minutes you have to wait for ramen to cook. My hobbies are training in my clan's techniques and reading. My dream for the future is to see a revival of the Uzumaki clan and to be Hokage someday." "Very good, Naruto. You're next, Pinky," Kakashi says, pointing at Sakura. I'm Sakura Haruno. The person I like is, she says, looking at Sasuke. My hobbies are, again looking at Sasuke. My dreams for the future, you guessed it, looking at Sasuke while saying this. And the things you hate, Kakashi asks. Naruto Baka and Ino Pig, Sakura says hatefully. Okay, moving on. You're up, Rudy, Kakashi says, pointing at Sasuke. I don't have many likes, and I hate a lot of things. I don't have a dream, more of an ambition. It is to kill a certain man and revive the Uchiha clan, Sasuke says in a monotone voice. Well, I learned a lot. Meet me at Training Ground 7 at 5 a.m. for your test. My suggestion is you don't eat breakfast or you'll throw it up. Later, Kakashi says and vanishes in a plume of smoke. See you all tomorrow, Naruto says and leaves. Do you want to go and get something to eat? Sasuke-kun, Sakura asks. HN, Sasuke replies and walks off. Chapter 10. The Test and Mission Woes. Naruto woke up before his alarm went off at 4 a.m. I've got to be crazy to start this early, Naruto mumbles to himself as he stumbles into the shower. He turns on the cold water to try and wake up. He yells as the cold water hits him. He immediately turns on the hot water until he gets a comfortable temperature. Once fully clean and awake, he gets dressed and heads downstairs. Naruto, why are you up at this awful hour? Kiski asks as Naruto enters the kitchen. Got some tests to pass for my sensei. He told us to meet him at Training Ground 7 at 5 a.m. Naruto grumbles as he sits down. Who is your sensei, Naruto? Kiski asks. Kakashi Hitaki, Naruto replies. Kiski looks at Naruto and starts laughing. What's so funny, Kiski-sensei? Naruto asks. Your sensei is notoriously late for everything barring an A-ranked mission. He is always at least 3 hours late for anything he sees as unimportant, Kiski says. Let me guess, he advised you to not eat breakfast. How did you know that, sensei? Naruto asks. Remember Naruto? I was an Umbu. Kakashi was an Umbu captain. He would train Umbu recruits along with a few other people. Do not underestimate him and take what he says seriously, Kiski says. He values teamwork over everything, so be prepared. Your test might revolve around teamwork. Great, we're going to fail, Naruto says, slumping in his seat. Why do you say that? Kiski asks. I've got the number 1 Uchiha fangirl and the brooding wonder on my team, Naruto replies. You're doomed, Kiski says. Training Ground 7, 4:45 a.m. Naruto arrived at the training ground, munching on a slice of toast. Seeing no one else around, he walks to the 3 training posts in the center of the clearing. Hopping up onto the middle one, Naruto takes a look around the training ground. He sees that the clearing is fairly large. It is surrounded by forest with a small stream cutting through it. There are plenty of places to hide and attack from. This should be interesting, Naruto thinks to himself. Hopping down off the post, he goes over to the closest tree and climbs it. Finding a suitable branch to hold his weight, Naruto sat down and closed his eyes to rest up and wait for the others. 15 minutes later, Sasuke Uchiha walked to Training Ground 7, brooding the whole way. I'm an Uchiha. I need my sleep. The council will hear about this, Sasuke thinks to himself. Good morning, Sasuke-kun, Sakura says, sleepily walking into the training ground. HN, the dark-haired boy replies. He leans up against one of the training posts and continues his normal brooding. Where is Naruto Baka? Sakura asks, sitting down close to Sasuke. How the hell should I know? Sasuke replies. He probably slept in like any sane person would do. Sakura just nods in agreement at Sasuke's response. At least it is quiet with just Sasuke and me here. Maybe he'll go out with me later, Sakura thinks to herself. When I catch him and kill him, the heart will go into the gray jar, the stomach into the green jar, the spleen into the orange jar, and the brain will go into the blue jar. I'll save his eyes to place into the glass jar, so I can have them on display and see them whenever I want to, Sasuke thinks to himself. It'll be so easy once I have the power. For hours later, knowing to Emolgans. Good morning, my students, Kakashi says as he walks into the training ground. You are late, Sakura screams, causing Sasuke to jump into the air and hold his chest. Naruto Baka didn't even show up. He'll probably fail as a ninja, so he decided to not show up. Why are you so late, sensei? Oh, I had a black cat cross my path, so I had to take the long route to get here, and I got lost 4 times. If it wasn't for a nice old lady, I'd probably still be lost, Kakashi replies. And Sakura, I've been here since before you and the team showed up, Naruto says, dropping from the tree he was in. I wanted to get here early enough to get a layout of the place. Well, since we're all here, we can begin, Kakashi says. He pulls out an alarm clock and 2 bells from a storage scroll. It is now 9 a.m. You 3 will have until noon to get one or both of these bells from me. But, sensei, there are 3 of us, Sakura says. Yup, that means one of you will fail this test. That person will be tied to one of these training posts while the rest of us eat a nice lunch. However, if you fail to get a bell before the alarm goes off, you will all be sent back to the academy. You must come at me with the intent to kill, Kakashi says. But sensei, what if we hurt you? Sakura says worriedly. PFFF. As if 3 newly made ninja could harm a jonin, Naruto says quietly. Out of all the teams that were created, only 3 have a chance of passing the test jonin give them. Now get ready, Kakashi says as he sets down the alarm and presses the button. Start now. The 3 Genin run off into the forest to hide. Looks like they have hiding down pat. Kakashi thinks to himself. Now then, who is going to try for the bells first? Naruto or Sasuke? Kakashi pulls a book out of his hip pouch and starts reading it. Oh, Nadu, you naughty girl, you, Kakashi thinks to himself, giggling. He hears rustling behind him and turns to look. He sees Sasuke rush from cover. Those bells will be mine, shouts the Uchiha. He runs at Kakashi, throwing 4 kunai at him. Kakashi grabs one out of the air and uses it to block the other 3. Sasuke reaches Kakashi and throws a kick at the Jonin's leg. Kakashi hops over the kick and says, so we're going to start off with taijutsu. Huh, Sasuke? I would have expected brashness from someone else, but you? This is surprising. Sasuke narrows his eyes and continues to attack the Jonin, throwing punches and kicks that the Jonin dodges easily. Frustrated at getting nowhere, Sasuke throws down a smoke bomb and jumps back. He goes through some hand signs and shouts Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu, fire style, fireball jutsu. A large fireball shoots forward to where Kakashi was last seen. A cloud of dust and debris kicks up as the fireball impacts the ground. When the smoke and dust clears, Sasuke can see a smoldering log at the center of the impact. Substitution. Where is he? Behind me? No. Above me? No. Sasuke thinks to himself, frantically looking around for Kakashi. Below you, Kakashi says as his head reaches up through the ground and grabs Sasuke's ankle. He pulls Sasuke into the ground up to his neck with a mumbled Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, Earth Style, Headhunter Jutsu. It is surprising that you have enough chakra to pull off the Gokaku, Sasuke. Most Genin wouldn't have the ability to do so. You are quite strong, but have a lot to learn, Kakashi says as he walks away, leaving the fuming young man buried in the ground. Now to find where the other 2 are. Naruto will bear watching if what the Hokage told me is true. The fact that Kiski trained him makes me worry a little bit, Kakashi thinks to himself. 5 minutes later, Kakashi is in a tree staring down at Sakura. Pathetic. I have been here for 3 minutes, and she has yet to notice me. Kakashi thinks to himself. Oh well, might as well see what she can do. Kakashi jumps down out of the tree and stands in front of Sakura. Sakura jumps at the appearance of the Jonin, screeching in surprise. Now Sakura, why are you all by your lonesome out here? You could have helped Naruto and Sasuke, Kakashi says. Megan, Narukami no Jutsu, Demonic Illusion, Death Mirage Jutsu. Sakura shrieks and faints. Kakashi shakes his head ruefully. That was my weakest Jinjutsu, and she fell for it. She is supposed to be one of the smartest from this year's graduating class. It can't be helped. Now, where is Naruto hiding? Kakashi thinks as he walks off, leaving Sakura. Middle of training, ground 7. Kakashi appeared in the center of the training ground. He sees Sasuke still buried up to his neck where he left him. Ugh, if I was Naruto, where would I be? Kakashi asked himself. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of his neck stand up. Kakashi ducks in reflex and sees what appears to be 3 glowing sticks fly over his head. What the F dash? Kakashi begins. He stops when he sees 14 copies of Naruto surrounding him. Clones, huh, Naruto? I would have thought you would have figured that such an academy jutsu wouldn't work on a jonin. Kakashi walks toward one of the clones, smirking. He tries to walk through the clone to dispel the technique. He is surprised when the clone grabs him in a bear hug. Not a clone, but the real you. Very smart of you, Naruto, Kakashi says, trying to escape. He sees the other clones moving in on him. What does he plan to do with illusionary clones? He asks himself. He is shocked when one of the other clones reaches forward and grabs the bells, causing them to ring. Shadow clones. Impossible. A genin doesn't have the chakra to produce shadow clones, Kakashi shouts in shock. He quickly pulls off a substitution with a log. That was close. He almost had the bells there, he thinks. Kakashi-sensei, I suggest you do not underestimate me. I'll be getting the bells here soon, one of the Narutos say. Again, Kakashi's neck hair rises up. He dodges to the side and sees 3 more of the glowing sticks pass by him. What in the world is that? He asks himself. The files the Hokage gave me never said anything about this. What has Quincy been teaching him? Kakashi finds himself in a sticky situation. The clones around him throw kunai and shuriken, and from the forest from different positions, the glowing blue sticks fly at him. Kakashi dodges and weaves to the best of his ability. He finally finds an opening and throws out 6 kunai in an arc before him. His kunai strike 4 of the clones, causing them to dispel and creating an opening. Kakashi makes a break for it, knowing that he needs to get to cover for a breather. This kid is more than he seems. Quincy must have taught him every trick in the book. He's got me running, and I don't want to pull my trump card. I want to see what he can really do, Kakashi thinks to himself as he reaches the forest edge. "I-sensei, by sensei," Naruto says from behind Kakashi as he uses Hirankayaku to get close enough to grab the bells and run off. What the hell? I didn't even sense him. I'm going to have a long chat with Quincy and the Hokage about omitting information, Kakashi thinks in anger. Just then, the bell rings, signaling the end of the test. Let's see if he knows what this test was truly about, Kakashi thinks as he grabs Sasuke and ties him to a post while a shadow clone of his does the same to Sakura. Sakura wakes up as the clone finishes tying her up. "Wah, where am I?" she asks, bewildered. Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno, you both failed to capture a bell before the alarm rang. Naruto retrieved both the bells before the alarm rang, so he passes. The 2 of you, however, shouldn't go back to the academy, Kakashi says. Sasuke and Sakura look up in hope. You should both quit being ninja. Neither one of you have what it takes to be a ninja, Kakashi says sternly. What? What does the dope have that I don't? I need to be a ninja to get power so I can kill him, Sasuke rants. What Sasuke-kun says is true. We deserve to be ninja more than Naruto Baka, Sakura shrieks. Naruto calmly walks over to the trio with a smile on his face. Sasuke sees him and is overcome with anger. Dope, give me your techniques. You don't deserve them. I am an Uchiha. I deserve those techniques, Sasuke shouts. That is enough from the both of you, Kakashi shouts. The 2 genin shut their mouths with an audible snap. You don't know what it is really like to be a ninja. I will give you some advice, so listen carefully. Those that abandon the mission are trash, but those that abandon their teammates are worse than trash. I will leave you here to think on that. Naruto, here is your lunch. Do not give Sasuke or Sakura any food. After you are done eating, I'll allow you to attempt the test again. Kakashi hands Naruto a large bento box and vanishes in a plume of smoke. Naruto opens the bento and sees that it is overflowing with food. He takes a rice ball out and takes a bite of it. As he's chewing, he hears both Sasuke's and Sakura's stomach growl. Sighing, he makes two shadow clones without any hand signs or saying the jutsu. The two shadow clones grab a rice ball each and approach the two tied to the posts. Here, you both need your strength if we're going to pass this test, Naruto says as his shadow clones raise the rice balls up to their mouths. Why are you doing this, Dope? Sasuke asks. Because we need to work as a team. Didn't you figure out? This whole test is about teamwork. I knew from the beginning that neither of you would work with me. So, I use my skills to get the bells, Naruto replies. The two Genin think on what Naruto said and take a bite of the rice ball. As they're chewing, a plume of smoke erupts in front of them and the sky darkens. When the smoke clears, they see Kakashi standing there glaring at them. What did I tell you? Kakashi shouts. I told you not to feed them, and you disobeyed my orders. Well, of course, Sensei. They need their strength in order to fight. I knew what this test was about from the get-go. In Konoha, teamwork is everything. It is why our village is one of, if not the strongest ninja village around, Naruto calmly states. Oh, well then you better be prepared for the consequences of your actions, Kakashi says. The three Genin all nod in response. Very well then, I have only this to say. You pass. What? We pass, Sakura says as Naruto's shadow clone cuts her and Sasuke loose. Yes, Naruto hit the nail on the head. This whole test was about teamwork. Naruto knew enough about your personalities to know that no matter what he tried to do, neither one of you would work with him. He used his own version of teamwork to get the bells for me. Starting tomorrow, Team 7 will start doing missions. Sasuke, Sakura, you're dismissed. Naruto, come with me to the Hokage's office. We need to have a little chat, Kakashi says with an eye smile. And how the heck does Kakashi even do that, I wonder? How can I smile? LOL. Hokage's office 5 minutes later. Teams 1 to 6 failed, Hokage-sama, Irika Yumino says. Since Kakashi isn't here, let us move on to the other teams, the Hokage says. Before the other two Jonin could respond, a plume of smoke appears in front of the Hokage's desk. When it clears, they all see Kakashi standing there with Naruto. Am I late? Kakashi asks. No, you're just in time, the Hokage replies. I'll start with you, Kakashi, since you're here. Did Team 7 pass or fail? Team 7 passed. Although I must talk with you, Naruto and Kiski, Kakashi says. The Hokage's eyebrows rise at Kakashi's words. Okay, we'll talk after this meeting is over, the Hokage says. Team 8 passes, Hokage-sama, Kurenai Yui says. Although Kiba Inuzuka is a bit brash and Hinata Hyuga is shy, I think I can turn them into a good tracking team. The Hokage nods in agreement, and Kurenai leaves the office. Team 10 passes, Pops, Asuma Sarutobi says. Ino is a bit of a fangirl, and Shikamaru is just as lazy as his father, but I think the team will turn out good once their teamwork clicks. Asuma gets up and leaves without a response from the Hokage. Arika-san, I must ask you to leave the office. Thank you for your help with the paperwork on the teams, the Hokage says. Arika nods and leaves the room. Hiruzen Sarutobi turns to Kakashi and Naruto. Kakashi, what did you want to speak about, he asks. Hokage-sama, I must ask you to clear the room and summon Kiski Uzumaki. My questions pertain to both young Naruto and to Kiski, Kakashi says. Or, please go notify Kiski that we require his presence here. The rest of you can leave for now, the Hokage says. Bor appears and nods at the Hokage and vanishes in a plume of smoke and leaves. A few minutes later, there is a knock on the door. Come in, the Hokage says loudly. Kiski walks into the room and sees Naruto and Kakashi. What did you do this time, Naruto? Kiski asks. It wasn't me this time, Kiski-sensei, Naruto replies. Kiski, we require complete secrecy here, the Hokage says to him. Kiski nods and goes through some hand signs and mumbles, Uzumaki's sealing technique, room of silence. There's a loud rumble as he slams his hands down on the ground. He stands up and nods at the Hokage. We can speak freely, Hokage-sama, Kiski says as he sits down. Very well. Kakashi here has a few questions about Naruto, the Hokage says. Kiski turns to Kakashi and raises one eyebrow. Kakashi clears his throat and stands up. What in the hell did you teach the boy Kiski? Kakashi asks loudly. I taught him the Uzumaki way, Kakashi-senpai. I taught him his bloodline, and I taught him what he needed to know to survive as a ninja, Kiski replies. I call bull on that, Kakashi shouts. He knows the shadow clone jutsu. He knows a speed technique that allowed him to get close to me without me sensing him. He knows how to shoot glowing blue sticks at people, and he's able to hide, like an umbu. Everything you said is what I trained him in, Kakashi-senpai, Kiski says. I taught him shadow clone jutsu with permission from Hokage-sama, because Naruto has too much chakra to do the standard illusionary clones. The speed technique you're talking about is an Uzumaki clan technique called Hirenkyaku. It allows the user to move at high speeds over a short range. His ability to hide, like an umbu, comes from the drills I forced him to do. I pounded into his head every day the meaning of a ninja. A ninja is supposed to be as silent as the night. A ninja must be able to hide in plain sight. Naruto took those words to heart and trained his ass off to achieve the level of skill he has. As for the blue sticks you're referring to, that is another Uzumaki clan technique. Naruto show him. Naruto stands up and grips his left wrist with his right hand. Kakashi can feel the buildup of something. He can't put a word to it. Suddenly, a glowing blue bow appears out of Naruto's wrist. Naruto pulls back the string, and what appears to be an arrow appears. Amazing, Kakashi whispers. Why wasn't this all in his file, though? You know the reason why, Kakashi, the Hokage says. Naruto needed to hide his true abilities. Otherwise, the council would have been howling for his head. And don't forget about Danzo. Kakashi nods in agreement. I understand, Hokage-sama. It's just he had me surprised with all he knew. That was the whole point, sensei. If you underestimated me, then anyone I come across will do the same, Naruto says. Very true, Naruto, Kakashi replies. Well, that was all I needed, Hokage-sama, Kiski. Naruto, meet me here at 7 a.m. You mean 10 a.m., right, sensei? Naruto asks. You catch on quick, Naruto, Kakashi says as he vanishes in a plume of smoke and leaves. Next morning, 10 a.m. outside of the Hokage Tower. Naruto walks up to the Hokage Tower and sees a fuming Sasuke and Sakura. You're late, Naruto Baka, Sakura shrieks. Sensei told us to be here at 7 a.m. It is now 10 a.m. Is Sensei here? Naruto asks. Sakura shakes her head in response to Naruto's question. Then I am not late, Sakura. I arrive at the time I planned to. Not too late and not too early. Very astute of you, Naruto, Kakashi says as he appears. Let's go get your first mission as Genin. Kakashi chuckles as he leads the 3 Genin into the Hokage Tower. Kakashi leads them into a room where they see the Elder Council and Irika Yumino sitting behind a desk. Good morning, Shimura-san, Midokado-san, Yuditane-san, Naruto says cheerfully. Good morning, Uzumaki-san, Uchiha-sama, Urino-san, Hamura replies. Here for your first Genin mission. I take it, he asks. Yes, we'll take this mission first, Honorable Elder, Kakashi says, grabbing a scroll. Hamura marks it down, and Kakashi leads the Genin out of the Hokage Tower. What is the mission, Sensei? Sakura asks. We have to go pull weeds at the academy, Kakashi replies, chuckling. That doesn't sound like a mission. That sounds like a chore. I am an Uchiha. I do not do the work of commoners, Sasuke says snidely. Listen here, Genin, Kakashi says sternly. You are my Genin and are on my team. You will do what missions I choose and do them with a smile. Understood. Sasuke nods rapidly at Kakashi and turns away. Kakashi leads them to the academy, and they proceed to start pulling weeds. Kakashi leans against the wall while reading a book. Why aren't you helping us, sensei? Sakura asks. Because my job is to train you and watch over you. These missions are for you to learn how to follow orders, work as a team, and how to complete missions in a timely fashion, Kakashi replies. Now back to work, Jin and Haruno. 3 hours later. The three Genin stand before the Elder Council in the Hokage Tower covered in clumps of dirt and weeds. Well done on completing your first mission, Team 7, Iriki Yumino says. However, you will take a pay cut because it took you longer to complete the mission than expected. What? I am an Uchiha. I don't have to work like a commoner, Sasuke shouts. Uchiha-san, I suggest you change the tone of your voice, a voice says from behind them. The three Genin turn and see the Hokage standing behind them. These missions are training for you. I imagine your sensei already explained all this to you. So, to make sure it sticks, I will repeat what he most likely said. These missions are training for you. They train your skills, your patience, and your speed. If you fail to complete a mission in the allotted time, then be expected to lose out on pay. If you fail a mission because you refuse to do it, then expect to never be hired as a ninja. If you take on a mission beyond your skill level, then you will fail or possibly die. The Hokage says sternly. These low-level D-rank missions are in the village to teach you how our system works. It has worked since the founding of this village. My suggestion to you, Uchiha-san, is this. Change your attitude before it gets someone killed or injured. You are dismissed. Let's go, my precious students. We'll pick this up tomorrow. You all have a good night's rest and meet me here at 7 a.m., Kakashi says. The three Genin exit the Hokage Tower and head to their respective homes. Chapter 11. Let's make waves. It has been 3 months since Naruto Uzumaki became a ninja. 3 months of doing D-ranked missions that were mind-numbingly boring. After the first month, Naruto had thought that Kakashi would actually train the 3 new Genin, but his hopes were dashed. The only thing Kakashi would train the 3 in was team building. Yes, they needed it because both Sasuke and Sakura wouldn't give Naruto the time of day. Sasuke kept pestering Naruto for his techniques, and Sakura just followed Sasuke like a lost puppy. Naruto got so sick of not training or learning anything that he just sent a shadow clone every morning to meet with the team. While his shadow clone was with the team, Naruto would train at the Uzumaki clan compound with Kiski. Kiski started training Naruto in Kenjutsu, so Naruto wouldn't be helpless in close combat situations. Naruto woke up to the sound of his alarm blaring in his ear. He reached over and shut it off. Getting up, he made his way to the bathroom to start his morning ritual. As he stood in the shower, letting the water cascade over him and wake him up, he thought back to everything he had learned in the past few months. When Naruto had talked to Kiski about what Kakashi was teaching them, Kiski was extremely angry. Flashback 2 months ago. Kiski-sensei, I have some concerns, Naruto said. They were sitting at the dinner table enjoying some ramen. What are your concerns, Naruto? Kiski replies. Kakashi hasn't taught us anything, Naruto says. He keeps trying to beat teamwork into Sasuke and Sakura. He doesn't do anything whenever Sasuke demands I give him my techniques, and Sakura just follows whatever Sasuke says. So, you're telling me that in the month you have been a Genin, you haven't learned anything? Kiski asks. Not anything related to skills or techniques. I have learned the importance of D-ranked missions and how to properly complete them in a timely fashion, Naruto replies. Starting tomorrow, I want you to send a shadow clone to all your team meetings. I will start teaching you Kenjutsu so you have a better chance in close combat situations. Your taijutsu is quite strong, but you still need to work on incorporating it with Hirenkyaku. Using Hirenkyaku for short bursts of speed needs to become second nature to you, Kiski says. Okay, Kiski-sensei, Naruto says. Flashback ends. After that, Naruto focused on the training Kiski made him do. Learning to incorporate Hirenkyaku into his taijutsu form was taking a lot out of him. At the moment, Naruto is only able to use Hirenkyaku to disengage or move in swiftly to strike once or twice. The way Kiski described past Uzumakis that used Hirenkyaku It sounded like they were able to use it constantly on the battlefield to allow them to deliver strong, swift blows to multiple enemies. Kinjutsu was also taking a bit to learn. Naruto was only allowed to use a training sword. Kiski told him that when he was ready, he would be allowed to use a blade. Naruto wasn't worthy enough to hold a real blade. As Naruto got dressed, he thought of the bombshell dropped on his shoulders the previous evening. Both Kiski and Hiruzen Sarutobi were there because of the significance of the full moon last night. Flashback previous evening. Naruto, Kiski, and Hiruzen Sarutobi stood in the courtyard of the Uzumaki clan compound, looking at the fountain in the center of the courtyard. As the moon rose high over their heads and gave off a deep blood red, they all heard rumbling from under the fountain. Kiski-sensei, what is going on? Naruto asked. Naruto, be quiet for now. I will explain once everything is done, Kiski says sternly. As they watched, the water of the fountain changed color to match that of the moon above their heads. Then the fountain started to rise out of the ground. When it stopped, they could see an opening with stairs leading down into the darkness. Follow me, Naruto, Hokage-sama, Kiski says as he steps forward with a torch. The two follow Kiski down into the darkness. After 30 minutes of just walking down the stairs, Naruto starts to wonder how far into the earth they are traveling. Finally, Kiski stops at the base of the stairs in front of a large steel door. Naruto, come forward, Kiski says. You remember when we moved into the Uzumaki compound and you had to cut your hand to open the gate? Do the same to this door now, Naruto. Naruto steps forward fearfully. He cuts his hand and places it on the door. After a few moments, they all hear a loud boom and the doors open silently. Kiski steps forward with Naruto and the Hokage following. As they step into the room, torches light up along the walls. In front of them, they can see a huge stone tablet. Naruto, Hokage-sama, welcome to the old world of the Uzumakis. No one knows how old this chamber is, nor where it came from. It is connected to the fountain above us. As you know, Hokage-sama, that fountain was brought here by Mito Uzumaki when she married Senju-sama. This night was predicted over 400 years ago. I don't know much other than what I was told, Kiski says. On a night when the blood moon rises and the blood of the Uzumakis have dwindled, the door will open. What exactly is that tablet? Kiski, the Hokage, asks. It is the Uzumaki prophecy. Naruto stepped forward and read the tablet, Kiski says. Naruto steps in front of the tablet and looks at it. As he does, it seems to glow with an inner light. Naruto reads the tablet aloud to Kiski and the Hokage. Uzumaki prophecy. Out of the ashes of the new world, he will be born to give birth to the old. Pain will be his companion. Sorrow will be his love. Pride will be his downfall. Hate will be his guide. To save or destroy, the choice is his. To breathe life to the old, or allow the new to remain. What does it mean, Kiski-sensei? Naruto asks as he steps away from the tablet. It means you're the one prophesied one. Naruto, Kiski whispers. The road of your life just became more complicated. Naruto, your life will not be easy. Naruto stood there silently thinking on what Kiski said. Suddenly, the tablet gave off a bright red light and cracked down the middle. They see a wooden box fall out of the crack and land at Naruto's feet. Kiski went to the box and opened it. Inside, they saw 6 metal rods with an opening at one end and a strange necklace. I don't believe it, Kiski says amazed. These I have only heard of in legend. Naruto, these are some of the most powerful Quincy weapons. They are the Seal Schneider and the Quincy Kurosu Destruction Cross. The Seal Schneider is a weapon that can be used either as a sword or as an arrow. The Quincy Kurosu is a training aid to help you manifest your bow, or as it is called, Heilig Bogen. It also raises the destructive abilities of your arrows. That is amazing, Kiski, the Hokage says. Yet, I still do not understand why you have allowed me to be here when all this would fall under Uzumaki clan secrets. It is because I wanted your opinion on the prophecy. I had no idea these items would be down here. Like I said, I had only heard about them in legends passed down in the Uzumaki clan, Kiski says. You have given me much to think on, Kiski. Do not worry, for I won't make any mention of what occurred here, the Hokage replies. Kiski nods and closes the box and seals it into a scroll. The three make the long trip back up to the surface. As they step back into the courtyard, the doorway closes and the fountain recedes to its previous position. The three go into the main Uzumaki house and spend the next few hours talking over the prophecy, trying to figure out what exactly the words meant. All they got was a headache for their troubles. Flashback ends. Naruto made his way to the kitchen, creating a shadow clone to go meet with his team. As he sat down at the table and poured himself a bowl of cereal, Kiski walked in. Good morning, Naruto, Kiski says. Morning, Sensei, Naruto replies quietly. What's wrong, Naruto? Kiski asks. Just thinking about what happened last night. I've already got so many worries, and now there's this prophecy. I'm the last Uzumaki. I have Quincy abilities, and I have the QB sealed into me. It's just too much for me to handle right now, Naruto says sadly. Naruto, don't worry about the prophecy. We don't know what the prophecy means, or even if you were the one it talks about. It could mean your children or grandchildren. It's possible you may just be the one to prepare the prophesied child, Kiski says. And if you are the prophesied child, I will help as much as I can to prepare and protect you, Naruto. You are not alone in this. I will do all I can to prepare you for anything in life. Thank you, Kiski-sensei, Naruto replies, looking up with a small smile. His eyes close, and a look of concentration comes across his face. I've got to go, Sensei. It seems we just got our first C-rank mission. We have to escort an old man to his home in Nami no Kuni and protect him. How'd that happen, Naruto? Kiski asks. The brooding emo and the pink wonder demanded a C rank from Hokage Gigi, and he relented. So, I have to go prepare and meet the team at the South Gate in an hour, Naruto says. He gets up and rushes to his bedroom. Pulling out empty storage scrolls, Naruto begins to seal extra clothes, kunai, and shuriken into them. In the last scroll, he places his tent and sleeping bag. I think that should do it. I have enough for 3 weeks, he thinks to himself. Naruto grabs up the 5 scrolls and seals them into a slightly larger scroll and affixes the scroll to his lower back. He rushes downstairs and sees Kiski standing beside the front door, holding a small scroll. Here, Naruto. Inside is food and medical supplies. Enough for a month if need be, Kiski says as he tosses Naruto the scroll. Naruto smoothly catches it and places it into his back hip pouch. Thanks, Sensei, Naruto says. I'll see you when we get back. Hopefully in one piece. Naruto rushes out the door and makes his way to the southern gate of the village. Southern gate 10 minutes later. Naruto arrived at the southern gate and saw that he was the first there. He leaned against the wall of the gate and thought about the slight changes he's noticed in how Kakashi acted around the team. When I first met Kakashi, he seemed nice but lazy. Now, after being around him for 3 months, that seems to have changed. He gives praise to Sasuke and ignores Sakura and me completely. He was shocked about the abilities I had, but hasn't mentioned them, nor has he had us spar with each other to measure our skills. He's changed over the last 3 months, and I wonder why, Naruto thinks to himself. He focuses on teamwork, but doesn't participate in the exercises. Naruto is pulled from his musings as he sees Sasuke and Sakura walk up. Each of them is carrying a large backpack. Naruto Baka, where's your supplies for the mission? Sakura says. Sensei told us to pack for at least a month to be on the safe side. Hirano-san, I have my supplies. Don't worry about me, Naruto replies. Sasuke glares at Naruto. Sakura, it doesn't matter. If the dobe refused to pack supplies, then we won't share ours with him, he says smugly. Sasuke then turns to look back towards the village, seeing both Kakashi and Tazuna walking towards them. I see 2 of my genin listen to what I had to say, Kakashi says as he walks up to the 3 genin. Naruto, where are your supplies for the mission? I told you to pack for at least a month. I did, sensei, Naruto replies. All my supplies are packed and sealed in here. Naruto holds out the scroll he had attached to his lower back. Kakashi glances at it, and his lone visible eye narrows. Well, since you decided to not help your teammates, you can carry their packs instead, Kakashi says sternly. Fine, sensei, Naruto says as he takes the two packs from a grinning Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto pulls out another scroll and proceeds to seal the two packs into it. There, I'm carrying their two packs, sensei. Good. Now let's move out. I want Naruto in front, Sasuke on the right of Tizuna-san, and Sakura on his left, Kakashi says. I'll bring up the back. This way we're covered from all directions. Since this is a C-rank mission, be on the lookout for bandits and thieves. Give me a second, Kakashi-sensei. I need to do something really quick, Naruto says as he heads to a public restroom. Kakashi doesn't stop him, and a few minutes later, Naruto joins them and they head out. 3 hours later, the group walked along the road quietly. Sasuke was staring straight ahead and brooding. Sakura was walking and glancing every now and then at Sasuke. Kakashi had his nose buried in a book. Tizuna was stumbling along and drinking out of a bottle. Tizuna-san, does Nami no Kuni have ninja? Sakura asks, breaking the relative silence. No, we're a very small village on a very small island. I'm working on building a bridge to connect to Hai no Kuni, Land of Fire, so we can improve trade relationships, Tizuna replies. Sakura, there are many small villages that don't have ninja. It is why they go to the larger ninja villages to hire ninja, Kakashi says. Kakashi's eyes narrow as they pass a puddle on the side of the road. It hasn't rained in over a month. There shouldn't be a puddle there. Might be an ambush. I'll wait and see what my little genin can do, Kakashi thinks to himself. Suddenly, two blurs shoot out of the puddle and surround Kakashi with a spiked chain linked between them. Before they can pull the chain taut, two blue shafts come shooting out of the forest behind Kakashi, hitting the two blurs in the head. What the hell was that? Is the collective thoughts of everyone. Kakashi runs forward ready to attack the two identified men, but stops when he sees both are out cold. You can come out now, Naruto, Kakashi says. Naruto comes out of the forest, and the Naruto at the front of the group vanished in a cloud of smoke. About time you realized it, sensei, Naruto says as he steps forward pulling ninja wire out of his hip pouch. He starts striping one of the men of valuables and weapons. Be careful of their weapons, Naruto. These two are the Oni Kyodai, demon brothers of the Mist. Meizu and Gozu. C-ranked missing ninja of the Mist Village, Kakashi says. You should have waited, Naruto. We could have discovered who they were after. I saw a threat, Kakashi-sensei. Besides, they were going after you first, so I acted, Naruto says as he finishes tying the two up separately. Good job, kid, Tizuna says. Tizuna-san, I think it's time we had a talk, Kakashi says sternly. What do you mean, Kakashi-san? Tizuna replies as sweat forms on his brow. What I mean is, why are two C-ranked missing ninja out here where we are walking, Kakashi asks. Are they after you or one of us? I assume they are after you because this is the first time I genin have been out of the village. They wouldn't be after me because I am an A-ranked ninja and it would be suicide for them to try and tackle me. All right, I'll tell you the truth. They're probably after me because of Gato, Tizuna says fearfully. Gato of Gato Shipping, Kakashi asks. Hi, he wants to stop me from building my bridge. He's taken over Nami, no Kuni, and has been slowly bleeding us of everything. We don't have the resources to even feed everyone anymore, Tizuna says sadly. This mission is a lot higher than the C-ranked one you advertise for, Kakashi says. You have put us all in danger by not telling the truth. This mission could be anywhere between AB to an S-ranked mission. I had no choice, Kakashi-san, Tizuna says. That was all the money we had. We only had enough money to hire ninja for a C-rank mission. I had to try. I had to try and save our country. I'm sorry for the deceit, but it was my only option. Kakashi stares at the man and sees the desperation in his eyes. Kakashi sighs and says, well, Since this mission is out of our current abilities, we'll have to go back to the village. No, we won't go back, Kakashi-sensei. This is the chance I've wanted. I need more power, Sasuke says. Yeah, Kakashi-sensei. Least then, Dorustai Sasuke-kun. He can do this mission by himself if needed, Sakura shouts. I hate to say this, Kakashi-sensei, and I'll have to wash my mouth out later for saying this, but they are right, Naruto says. If we help Nami no Kuni now, this could open trade relations with a lot of places for us. Plus, it's the right thing to do. Kakashi looks at his 3 genin. Sasuke is glaring at Naruto with rage in his eyes. Sakura is looking at Sasuke with lust, and Naruto is just standing there full of confidence. Very well, we'll continue the mission. Naruto, no more heroics like you pulled with the Demon Brothers. Next time, allow your teammates to do something, Kakashi says while glaring at Naruto. Kakashi lets out a shrill whistle, and a hawk glides down to rest on his outstretched arm. Kakashi writes in a scroll and ties it to the hawk. The hawk chirps once and takes off in the direction of the village. Umbu will come and deal with these two. Let's get this show on the road, Kakashi says. The group resumes their trek towards Nami, no Kuni unaware of what is in store for them all. Chapter 12. Demon Roars and Quincy Soars. The mist was thick as the group sat in a boat, quietly making their way to Nami no Kuni. After the quick run-in with the Demon Brothers, Kakashi pushed the group at a faster pace. They met up with a boater that Tazuna knew before setting off for Konoha. This mist is thick, Naruto whispers. You can almost cut it with a knife. Naruto, be quiet, Kakashi whispers sternly. We don't know who may be out there. We're almost there, Tazuna-san, whispers Juni the boatman. Good. After we land, Kakashi-san, it is only a 3-mile hike to my home, Tazuna whispers. Soon enough, the boat hits the shore. The group gets out, and the boatman turns to leave. Good luck, Tazuna-san. You carry the hope of us all, Juni says as he drifts away. The group starts walking away from shore, alert for any movement, and the group is in the formation from last chapter. Naruto in front, Sasuke and Sakura to the sides of Tazuna, and Kakashi bringing up the rear. Suddenly, Naruto throws a kunai off at a bush. Rushing forward, he parts the bush, and they all see a white rabbit dead from the kunai. Naruto Baka, why did you do that? Sakura screeched. That poor rabbit didn't do anything to you. Kakashi-sensei, I felt a presence, Naruto says, completely ignoring Sakura. Plus, look, the rabbit is white. It is the middle of spring. It should have a brown coat. Everyone stay alert. Someone could be setting an ambush, Kakashi says. The hairs on the back of his neck suddenly stand up, and he hears a low whistling sound. Everyone down, he shouts as he tackles Tazuna. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura all hit the ground as a giant sword cuts the air above their heads. The sword clips into a tree and stays there. Standing on the handle of the sword is a tall, skinny man. He has his lower face covered up in bandages and wears a Hittite at a slant on his head. He isn't wearing a shirt. His chest is crisscrossed with multiple scars. He wears a pair of standard ninja pants with a gray camouflage pattern on them. Give me Tazuna-san and no one has to die, the mysterious man says. Kakashi and the group stand up and look at the man. Zabuza Momochi, the Kirigakure no Kijin, demon of the hidden mist. A-ranked missing ninja of Kirigakure. What are you doing here? Kakashi says as his lone eye narrows. You already know, and I know of you. Sharingan no Kakashi, Kakashi the Sharingan. It is said you have copied over 1,000 jutsu with your Sharingan. Zabuza says as he jumps down from his perch, pulling the sword out with one arm and holding it with ease. Everyone stay back. This battle is out of your league. Protect Tazuna. Naruto, use your clones as backup. Sasuke, provide backup for Naruto. Sakura, stay by Tazuna, Kakashi says as he lifts his Hittite up, revealing a Sharingan eye. Oh, I get the Sharingan so early, Kakashi, Zabuza says. I will pluck that eye from your dead body. It'll make a good trophy after I'm done with you. Killing intent suddenly flows forth from Zabuza. Sakura, Sasuke and Tazuna start shaking. Naruto makes 6 shadow clones and moves in closer to Tazuna. Sasuke, Sakura, don't worry. I won't let my comrades die here, Kakashi says as he unleashes his killing intent, countering the effect Zabuza was having on the genin. Zabuza then goes through a few hand signs and says, Kirga Cure no Jutsu, hidden mist Jutsu. The mist around them thickens and Zabuza fades from their sight. What the hell was that? I could see my death there. I just wanted to die. Sasuke thinks to himself. How is it that Naruto wasn't affected by it? Keep alert, you guys, Naruto says. One of his shadow clones runs behind Tazuna and holds up its kunai. The clone blocks the initial strike from Zabuza, who appeared out of nowhere. Lucky break, Gaki, Zabuza says. However, it'll take more than that to stop me. Zabuza pulls his sword back to take another swing with it. Before he can, though, he is swarmed by the other 5 Naruto shadow clones. They stab him, but instead of blood, water drips out of the wounds. It is a Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu, water clone jutsu. A water clone, Kakashi says. Keep an eye out. He can strike from anywhere. Zabuza is a master of the silent killing technique. Haha, right you are, Kakashi. Where should I strike next? The heart? The lungs? Kidneys? Jugular? There's so many ways to kill you all. So many ways to spill your blood, Zabuza says, his voice surrounding them. Where is he, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asks, shaking. Why, little girl, I am right here, Zabuza says, appearing behind Sakura. He brings his sword around to cleave the young genin in half, but is stopped by Kakashi appearing and blocking with a kunai. Kakashi slips past the giant sword as it buries halfway into the ground and plunges the kunai into Zabuza's side. Zabuza collapses into a puddle of water, showing Kakashi that he'd been tricked by a water clone. You are slow, Kakashi, Zabuza says, appearing behind Kakashi and swinging with his sword. Kakashi doesn't have time to dodge and takes the hit, dissolving into a puddle of water. You copied even that jutsu, Zabuza shouts in anger. Yes, I did, Kakashi says from behind Zabuza as he holds a kunai to his throat. It is over. Kakashi slices into Zabuza's throat, and Zabuza dissolves into yet another water puddle. Before Kakashi can do anything, he is kicked from behind into the small lake a few feet away from them. This water feels heavy, Kakashi thinks to himself. I have to move quickly. Before Kakashi can get out of the water, Zabuza appears next to him and flashes through hand signs quickly and says, Suiro no Jutsu, water prison jutsu. An orb of water surrounds Kakashi and holds him in it. This water is stronger than steel, Kakashi. Just give me Tazuna and I'll allow you to live, Zabuza says. Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, take Tazuna and run, Kakashi shouts. Why should I run, sensei? Sasuke asks. I am an elite. This man will lose to me. Yeah, Sasuke-kun will kill this baka and free you, sensei, Sakura screeched. Zabuza smiles under his face wrappings. Taking a hand out of the water prison Kakashi is in, he makes a few one-handed signs and says, Mizu Bunshin no Jutsu, water clone jutsu. 10 water clones form out of the water surrounding Zabuza and Kakashi. Bring it, brats. These water clones only have 10% of my strength. Let's see just how weak you are, Zabuza says. Sasuke seethes at hearing Zabuza mock him. He rushes forward to confront the water clones as they step onto land. He jumps in the air and throws a few kunai, hoping to distract a few of the clones. He swings his leg down in an axe kick onto the lead water clone. The clone lazily raises its arm and blocks Sasuke's kick. Before Sasuke can do anything, he feels pain as the clone kicks him in the stomach, sending him crashing onto the ground in front of Tazuna and Sakura. Sakura screams as she sees the Uchiha land in front of her and rushes to his side. Are you okay, Sasuke-kun? She asks as she rolls Sasuke onto his back. She looks at his face and sees he is unconscious. Sakura pulls Sasuke back next to Tazuna-san. I have a plan, but don't know if it'll work, Naruto says. Sakura drags Sasuke next to Tazuna without saying a word. Maybe we'll get out of this. But it should be Sasuke-kun saving us, not Naruto Baka, Sakura thinks to herself. Naruto steps in front of the water clones, smiling. Any chance you'd forget all this and just leave, Zabuza? Naruto asks. I really don't feel like hurting you. Zabuza laughs. You're funny, Gaki. You hurting me? That has to be the funniest joke I have ever heard, Zabuza says. His water clones walk closer to Naruto, all pulling out their copies of the massive sword on Zabuza's back. Naruto grins before dropping 3 smoke bombs. A cloud of smoke conceals him and the clones. When the smoke dissipates, Zabuza is shocked. Standing in the same spot is Naruto. The clones are gone. What did you do? Zabuza asks. A ninja never reveals their secrets, Zabuza, Naruto replies. Suddenly the hair on the back of Zabuza's neck stands up. He looks around him for an attack and sees a group of what looks to be blue sticks flying towards him at a fast speed. He grips his sword in his free hand and swings it at the blue sticks, hoping to block them from hitting him. He blocks a few from striking him, but 3 slip under his guard and pelt him in the stomach, left leg, and the arm holding the water prison, forcing him back and dropping Kakashi out of the water prison. Thank you, Naruto, Kakashi says, standing up on the water. I'll take it from here. Fall back with the group. Kakashi glares at Zabuza. Just what the hell was that? Zabuza asks. The beginning of the end for you, Zabuza, Kakashi says. We'll see about that, Zabuza replies and starts going through hand signs. His eyes widen as he sees Kakashi going through the same hand signs, and he sees a shadow appear behind Kakashi. What are you doing, Kakashi? Zabuza asks, bewildered. I have no idea what you're talking about, Kakashi replies. What am I seeing? Zabuza whispers. It is like I'm seeing dashed. Your death, Kakashi finishes. He lands on a last hand sign and shouts, Suetun, Daibakufu no Jutsu, water style, giant waterfall jutsu. The water surges around Kakashi and shoots at Zabuza. Zabuza is too shocked to dodge, and the water picks him up and throws him through the trees beside the small lake. Zabuza's journey comes to a sudden stop as he's slammed into a large tree. Ugh, did as I tell in the future, Zabuza asks himself. As he starts to pull himself up, 2 kunai bury themselves into his shoulders, causing him to sit back down on the ground. Kakashi appears with a kunai held to Zabuza's neck. This is the end for you, Zabuza, Kakashi says as he prepares to take Zabuza's life. Kakashi suddenly jumps away from Zabuza as 3 Senbon needles impact into Zabuza's neck. A ninja appears with a Kiri mask on. Thank you for your help, Ninja-san. I've been hunting Zabuza for some time now, the ninja says in a calm voice. You're a hunter nin from Kiri, Kakashi asks. Hi, I've been trailing Zabuza for 3 months now. Your fight provided me the opening I needed to take him out. I'll deal with his body now. Goodbye, Ninja-san. The ninja steps forward and picks up Zabuza and his large sword and vanishes in a shunshin. 2 of the Jinin and Tazuna walk up to Kakashi. It's over now, Tazuna-san. We'll be able to complete this mission now, Kakashi says. He stumbles forward and leans against a tree. That fight took more out of me than I thought. Naruto, I'm going to need you to carry me to Tazuna's home. You'll also have to carry Sasuke if he's still unconscious. Okay. Fine, Sensei, Naruto says. He makes 4 clones. 2 go and pick up Sasuke, and 2 go over to Kakashi as he places his Hitate slanted over his Sharingan eye again. Lead the way, Tazuna-san. Sakura, keep alert. We might not be out of the woods yet. Sakura nods and follows Tazuna. Naruto brings up the rear, carrying the other 2 ninja. This mission is going to be long, Naruto thought to himself. 2 hours later, Tazuna's home. After walking through the extremely small and run-down village, the group arrived at Tazuna's home. It was a small, modest home that looked to have seen better days. After entering the home, the group was introduced to Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami. She got the group situated into a room and left them there. Sensei, you awake? Naruto asks. Ugh, For now I am. Why do you ask? Kakashi asks. That Hunter Nin has me thinking, Naruto says. Kiski-sensei told me that Hunter Nin dispose of a body on the spot to prevent their village's secrets from being discovered. That is correct, Naruto, Kakashi says. Then why didn't that Hunter Nin do so with Zabuza? Why take the body away from the area he died? Plus, how did he take Zabuza out? Naruto asks. Kakashi's lone eye widens in realization. I think you're onto something, Naruto. The Hunter Nin used Senbon needles. If someone is well versed in human anatomy, it is possible to put someone in a death-like state, Kakashi says. So it is possible that Zabuza is still alive then, Naruto says. Yes, it will take Zabuza a week or two before he is fully recovered from the injuries he got from battling. Speaking of that, I know from what you did with the Demon Brothers that your arrows can knock someone out. Why didn't they knock Zabuza out? Kakashi asks. It is because I substituted power for quantity. I fired multiple arrows to allow a larger chance of hitting Zabuza. If I had fired only 1 or 2 arrows, he could have blocked them, Naruto explained. Give me that power, dope, Sasuke says as he sits up. You don't deserve that power. Sasuke, that is enough, Kakashi says. If it wasn't for Naruto, we would all be dead. I don't have to listen to you, Kakashi-san. I'll just wait until we're in the village and get the council to force him to give me his power, Sasuke says smugly. Naruto, tired of hearing Sasuke's rambling, gets up and heads down to the kitchen. Hello, Tsunami-san, Naruto says walking into the kitchen. Would you like some help with preparing dinner? Tsunami turns around and sees Naruto. Hi, some help would speed up dinner, Tsunami says. Thank you for saving my father, Naruto-san. It was no problem, Tsunami-san. And just call me Naruto. I've never been one for honorifics, Naruto says. Only if you call me Tsunami, Naruto, Tsunami says. She turns and starts cutting up vegetables. Naruto pulls out the rabbit he killed earlier and starts skinning it. Where did you get that? Naruto, Tsunami asks. I killed it before Zabuza attacked us. I think it was used as a substitution, but I don't know for sure. It is possible it was someone's pet because of the white fur. Oh well, it will at least make for a good dinner for us, Naruto says. The two focus on preparing dinner for everyone. Dinner table. Everyone is seated around the dinner table, waiting to be served. Naruto and Kakashi saw a glimpse of Tsunami's son, Inari, before sitting down. The young boy grabbed a bowl from Tsunami and ran upstairs with it. Dinner smells quite good, Tsunami-san, Kakashi says as he inhales the aroma of the food. Don't just thank me, Kakashi-san. Naruto helped with providing a rabbit for dinner, Tsunami says. What? Naruto baka? How could you do that to a poor rabbit? Sakura shrieks. It's food, Sakura. I don't waste food, Naruto says as he sets the pot of stew down on the table. Well, I'm not going to eat it. You killed that rabbit for no reason, Sakura says, slumping down her seat. More for us then, Naruto says as he hands a bowl of the stew over to Kakashi. Kakashi nods in thanks and sets the bowl down in front of him. Naruto hands a bowl over to Sasuke, who doesn't say a word. Itadikamasu, everyone says as they dig into the stew. Ah, that was quite good, Kakashi says. His bowl stands empty. Everyone is shocked. How do you eat so fast, and all without removing your mask, sensei? Sakura asks. Trade secret, Kakashi says, smiling. Hurry up and eat. We got training to do tomorrow. Why are we training, sensei? Sakura asks. Because Zabuza is alive and will probably attack us in a few weeks, Naruto says, digging into his second bowl of stew. What do you mean? Sakura asks. Didn't sensei kill Zabuza? No, I did not kill Zabuza. Someone posing as a Kiri Hunter Nin appeared and took Zabuza away before I could deal the final blow, Kakashi says. Then why are we going to train, sensei? Sakura asks. We're going to train so you can become stronger than you currently are, Sakura. Think of it like this. If you had only a 40% chance to beat an enemy today, but a 60% chance to beat that same enemy tomorrow, what would you choose? Kakashi asks. I'd choose tomorrow when I have a higher chance, Sakura replies. There is your answer. Even a little bit of training can give you the edge you need to defeat an enemy, Kakashi says. Well, since we have training tomorrow, I'm off to bed, Naruto says. I have 5 shadow clones outside, keeping an eye out for anything, sensei. Smart thinking, Naruto. We should all head to bed, Kakashi says. The group clears the table and heads to bed. Next morning, Kakashi leads the 3 genin out of the house and to a small clearing after everyone was up and fed. Today, we'll be training in chakra control, Kakashi says. You'll be learning how to climb trees without your hands. How do we do that, Sensei? Sakura asks. It is quite easy, Sakura. Just watch me, Kakashi says as he walks over to a nearby tree. He places 1 foot on the tree and starts walking up the tree. He stops on a branch halfway up the tree and looks down at his genin. Too much chakra and you'll just shoot off the tree. Too little chakra and you won't stick to the tree. You have to find the right balance. Kakashi drops to the ground and looks at the 3 genin. Sensei, I already know how to do this, Naruto says. How do you know this, Naruto? Kakashi asks. Kiski-sensei taught me, so I'd learn better chakra control. I needed it considering how much chakra I have, Naruto replies. Kakashi nods for Naruto to show him, and Naruto walks up the same tree Kakashi used for his demonstration. Naruto hops off the tree and lands next to Kakashi. Well then, do you know the other half to this exercise? Kakashi asks. Yes, though Kiski-sensei told me to wait a while before I learn, Naruto replies. Okay, you've got the day to yourself since you already know this. I'll stay here and keep an eye on the other 2 until they learn it, Kakashi says. Look, Sensei, I did it, Sakura says, sitting on a tree branch. Very good, Sakura. Are you tired? Kakashi asks. A little bit, Sensei, Sakura replies. Rest for a bit, then keep doing the exercise. You have very little chakra, so this was easy for you. By doing the exercise over and over, you'll increase how much chakra you have while maintaining control over it, Kakashi says. Sasuke seethes at seeing Sakura doing the exercise on the first try. He runs at a tree and places a foot on it. He is blasted back from the tree, leaving a foot-sized indent on the tree. Well, I'm off for now, Kakashi-sensei. Sasuke, you're using too much chakra. Slow down and calm yourself. You'll get it, Naruto says as he walks away. Sasuke glares at the blonde as he walks away. Sasuke, hop to it. Sakura, keep doing the exercise, Kakashi says as he pulls out his book and starts reading it. The 2 genin can hear him giggling every now and then as they continue the exercise. Tazuna's house, dinner time. The group is sitting at the dinner table, patiently waiting for dinner to be served. Sasuke and Sakura look like they both fought a tree and lost. You can see sweat and dirt stuck to the both of them. You are all going to die, a small voice says from the hallway. The group turns and sees Inari standing in the doorway. Inari, don't talk like that, Tsunami says. These people are here to help us. It doesn't matter. Gato will kill them all, Inari says, sitting down. You must hate your family then, Naruto says coldly, his eyes shadowed by his hair. What do you know of suffering? You live in a ninja village. There isn't suffering there, Inari says. What do I know of suffering? Naruto begins. The room suddenly feels colder as Naruto starts releasing a bit of killing intent. I know more of suffering than you do. You don't know what it is like to have to dig through the trash just to find food. You don't know what it is like to be beaten by adults around you for something you had no control over. You don't know what it's like to live day to day, constantly afraid of what that day may bring you. Don't tell me I know nothing of suffering. Naruto stands up and glares down at the boy. Naruto, that's enough, Kakashi says. The killing intent vanishes and Naruto heads to the front door. Where are you going, dope? Sasuke asks. I'm gonna go blow off some steam, Naruto says tersely. The door slams behind him as he leaves. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto was lying, right? Sakura asks. No, if anything, that was an extremely watered-down version of his life, Kakashi says. The other's eyes widen in shock. Naruto lived a hard life. It is why he acts more like an adult than a kid at times. The group proceeds to eat the dinner, quietly thinking about what Naruto said. Forest clearing next morning. A figure walks through the forest coming across a strange sight. In a clearing, Naruto is laying down sleeping surrounded by multiple trees that have holes up and down them. The figure walks into the clearing and gets a good look at Naruto. The figure tenses up at seeing the young man. He killed Violet and hurt Zabuza-sama. The figure thinks to herself, yes, Haku is a girl. I don't care what the manga or anime say. Haku came across as female in both, and that's how I'm going to write her. I don't have any weapons because I didn't think I'd run into one of the Konan ninja out here. I can make some Senbon, but it won't be enough. Before the figure can move, Naruto suddenly vanishes. You should learn to hide your killing intent better. Hunter-san, Naruto says from behind the figure with a kunai held to their throat. I don't know what you're talking about, sir. My name is Haku, and I'm out here picking medicinal herbs, Haku says, slightly sweating. I highly doubt you are just some civilian girl, Haku-san. I felt your killing intent the moment you unleashed it, Naruto says. However, I'm not heartless. I'll help you pick the herbs you need. Haku releases the breath she had been holding. Thank you. Are you a ninja? You moved so quickly, Haku says, trying to keep up the farce. You can drop the act, Haku-san. My name is Naruto. If I had wanted to attack you, I would have already done so. There is no reason to lie. You are the fake Hunter Nin that took Zabuza away before my sensei could finish him off, Naruto says while handing a few herbs to Haku. Very well then. Yes, I am a Hunter Nin. I had to save Zabuza-sama from your group. It is my job to protect Zabuza-sama as his tool, Haku says. Ninja aren't tools, Haku-san. Hopefully you'll learn this someday. Ninjas may be used as killers, but we have emotions, Naruto says. What were you doing out here, Naruto-san, Haku asks. Blowing off some steam and training a bit, Naruto says. You already seem so strong. Why are you training? Haku asks. Don't think I don't see what you are trying to do, Haku-san, Naruto says. However, there is no harm in telling you. I'm training to get stronger, so I can help this small country get out from underneath the boot of Gado. You know we will probably end up fighting each other soon, Haku says. Yes, but it doesn't mean we can't be civil and friendly towards each other, Naruto says. Haku stands up and picks up her basket of herbs. By the way, I am a boy, Haku says as she walks away. No, you're not, Haku-san, Naruto says. I can tell you aren't a boy by how you carry yourself. Tell Zabuza that I can't wait to see him again and tell him not to trust Gado. If Gado is the type of person I think he is, I can easily see him double-crossing you. Goodbye for now, Haku-san. Naruto runs off toward Tezuna's house. Haku stands there for a moment before turning and leaving the clearing. I hope we can stay friends too, Naruto-san. But I am Zabuza-sama's tool. I'll do what he tells me to, Haku says to herself as she heads off further into the forest. Chapter 13. The Truth of Pain. For the past week, Naruto has come to realize many truths. Number 1 is that Kakashi was never going to be a good sensei for him. Number 2 is his team didn't give a damn what happened to him. Naruto focused on training himself, and every evening when he dragged himself back to Tezuna's home beaten and battered, no one ever said a word to him. Naruto tried asking Kakashi for advice, but the Jonin just shrugged him off and ignored him. Naruto knew enough to not even attempt to ask Sasuke or Sakura for advice. Sasuke would demand his techniques, and Sakura would just try and hit him to impress Sasuke. Fighting and training with his shadow clones taught Naruto a lot. He still had a lot to learn in order to hit a fast-moving target while moving around a battlefield. The week of training made him realize that he has to improve his speed with drawing, firing arrows, and moving at high speeds. Using Harinkyaku, Naruto learned to train his eyes and body to react better after stopping the high-speed technique. You're learning, flesh bag. You still have a lot to learn, but you've at least learned and accepted the truth that you are alone in training and on this team. A voice rumbled from inside Naruto's head, pulling him from his thoughts. You're one to talk, QB. I know there are things you are hiding from me, just like a lot of the people in my life. Naruto thinks back at the tailed beast. The truth will come in due time, flesh bag. Now, stop moping and get back to your duty. The QB replies and goes silent. Naruto huffs and walks up to Tezuna's home. Walking in, he sees Kakashi sitting on the couch, face buried in his ever-present book. "Hello, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto says, sitting down beside Kakashi. "Oh, hello, Naruto. You done training for the day?" Kakashi asks. "Yeah, I think I'm as ready as I'll ever be for now," Naruto replies. "Good. The plan for tomorrow is for you to stay here while I take Sasuke and Sakura to the bridge to protect Tazuna. There's a chance Gato will send someone here for Tsunami-sen," Kakashi says. "And I don't get to say, sensei?" Naruto asks. "No, you are my subordinate. I am your Jonin sensei, and you have to follow my orders," Kakashi replies sternly. "You have to learn to follow the rules, Naruto." "Fine," Naruto says with a huff. "I'm off to get plenty of rest, sensei." Naruto gets up and walks into the room Tazuna set up for him to sleep in. He crawls into his sleeping bag and closes his eyes. "This is a bunch of crap. I'm stronger than Sakura and more level-headed than Sasuke. Making me stay, yeah, I see the logic behind it, but it'd be better to have Sasuke stay behind," Naruto thinks to himself. "Not if your sensei wants to have peace of mind. We both know the Uchiha is unstable. Kakashi probably also knows this and wants to go the path of least resistance," the QB replies. "That does make sense, but what if they get into trouble tomorrow?" Naruto asks. "Then that means that you'll have to work quickly here and get to the bridge and pull their asses out of the fire," the QB replies, chuckling. "Now go to sleep, fleshbag. Tomorrow we'll be trying enough without your incessant ramblings." The QB then goes silent. Naruto rolls over and lets sleep take him. Next morning, Naruto woke up to the sound of scream. Sitting up fully alert, Naruto listens to what was happening down the hall from his room. "You leave my mother alone," a young voice yells. "Inari," Naruto thinks to himself. "Shut up, kid, or you'll die. Gato only wants your mother. This is your one chance to walk away," a guff voice says. "Goon number one," Naruto thinks to himself. "Leave my son alone, or I'll bite my tongue in half, and you won't have a hostage anymore," a female voice yells. "Tsunami," Naruto thinks to himself. "You won't do anything, woman. Otherwise your son will suffer in your place," a high-pitched male voice says. "Goon number two," Naruto thinks to himself. "I think that it is time for me to make a move." Naruto gets up and creates 4 shadow clones. "You know what to do," Naruto says to his shadow clones. With a nod, the shadow clones jump out the window of the room. Naruto walks to the door of the room and steps out into the hall. He sees 2 men holding Tsunami with swords on their waists. Inari is slumped on the floor holding a cut lip. "Let them go and maybe your lives will be spared," Naruto says sternly. The 2 goons look up at him and glare. "You're funny, kid. You should just run off before you die here," Goon 1 says in a gruff voice. "Yeah, kid. You're no match for Kawayabe and me," Goon 2 says, his voice high-pitched. "Did someone kick you in the balls or something?" Naruto asks, chuckling. "Your voice is so high-pitched, I'm surprised there's glass in the windows." "You're dead, kid. No one makes fun of Brix's voice and lives through it," Kawayabe says. Brix steps forward, drawing his sword. "This will be so easy," he says, grinning. "You're right about that. This will be easy," Naruto says. "Say goodnight, boys." Both thugs ask at the same time before their world goes dark, as 2 shadow clones chop them on the back of the neck, knocking them out. The shadow clones gather up the 2 men and drag them outside. Tsunami runs forward and bends down to check on Inari. "Thank you, Naruto-san," Tsunami says tearfully. "It's okay," Naruto replies. "Is there somewhere you can go in case more goons show up?" "Yeah, we have a neighbor we can go to. He doesn't live very far from here," Tsunami replies. "Good. My shadow clones will go with you just in case," Naruto says. The 4 shadow clones step forward and surround the 2 civilians. Naruto heads for the front door. I'm off to the bridge. I have a feeling my help will be needed, Naruto says as he walks out. Stay safe. Bridge. Naruto arrived at the bridge to see it engulfed in mist. Not being able to see what is going on inside the mist, Naruto stops attaching himself to the underside of the bridge. Knowing he needs information, Naruto creates a few shadow clones and sends them into the mist. After a few moments, Naruto twitches as the shadow clone's memories hit him. So Kakashi is fighting Zabuza, Sakura is guarding Tizuna, and Sasuke is fighting Haku inside a dome of what looks like mirrors. Naruto thinks to himself, Sasuke needs help, so I need to create a distraction and try to get him out of the mess he's in. Naruto nods to himself and creates 6 shadow clones. Stealing himself, he leaps onto the bridge into the mist. Moving cautiously and quietly, Naruto slowly makes his way to where he saw the dome of mirrors. His shadow clones moved with him. Quietly, they inch closer and closer to the sounds of fighting. With a nod to his clones, they move off to surround the dome. Through the gaps, Naruto sees Sasuke covered in needles and shooting off Kitan. Gokaku no Jutsu, fire style. Fireball Jutsu, trying to escape from the dome to no avail. One of the shadow clones tries to use substitution Jutsu to free Sasuke, but is taken out by a hail of needles. It won't be that easy to help him escape my jutsu, Naruto, Haku says, sticking her head out of one of the mirrors and looking at Naruto. Well, I had to try. Guess I'll just have to come in there and defeat you to stop you then, Naruto replies. He calmly walks into the dome. Sasuke looks up from where he is kneeling and sees Naruto calmly walking towards him. What do you think you're doing, you idiot? Sasuke shouts. This is my enemy. I will defeat him and become powerful enough to kill him. Naruto sees an almost maniacal look in Sasuke's eyes that are now blood red, signifying the awakening of the Sharingan. Naruto walks over to Sasuke and helps him to his feet. Look, Sasuke, you're having trouble beating this person. You've got needles sticking out of you all over, and you haven't been able to escape this dome. I'm here to help. They always say 2 heads are better than 1. Naruto whispers in Sasuke's ear. You may not like it, but I try to help you from the outside. It didn't work. Since the person let me in here, I can at least try to help here. Fine. Just don't get in my way. Sasuke snaps at Naruto. I can almost see him when he moves in between the mirrors. Distract him, and I'll try and land a solid hit on him so we can get out of here. Naruto nods and creates 4 shadow clones. With the shadow clones, Naruto pulls out a brace of shuriken. Why 4 shuriken pulled at the same time is called a brace, I have no idea. LOL. They throw them at the mirrors as Haku launches a wave of needles. In seconds, Naruto's shadow clones are pierced with needles. Naruto sees the needles coming right for him and tries to dodge. Naruto screams in agony as the needles pierce his lower back and left thigh. Sasuke launches another Kitan. Gokaku no Jutsu, fire style, fireball Jutsu, at Haku. Once again, he misses. Damn it, Naruto! Move your butt. Do something more, Sasuke shouts. Almost had him there. I'm doing what I can, team. And all I've got to show for it so far is a backside full of needles. Naruto shouts back as he gets off the ground. Let's try this again. Naruto does the hand sign for his shadow clones. But before he can create any, Haku launches another wave of needles at him. Naruto starts to dodge to his right when his leg spasms and he falls back down onto the ground in pain. All Naruto can do is watch in horror as the needles get closer and closer. Naruto closes his eyes to brace for the inevitable. Gritting his teeth, Naruto waits for the pain of the needles to hit him. When nothing comes after a few seconds, Naruto opens his eyes and sees Sasuke in front of him covered head to toe in needles. Why? Is the only word that comes out of Naruto's mouth, shock evident on his face. I don't know why. My body moved on its own, Sasuke says. I guess I'll never be strong enough. Kill him for me someday, will you, dope? Sasuke falls into Naruto's arms. Kill him so my clan can rest in peace. Sasuke's eyes slowly close. Naruto checks for a pulse, but finds nothing. Why? Why did you kill him, Haku? I thought we understood each other. I thought that we could be friends. All he was trying to do was survive against you. You didn't have to kill him, Naruto shouts. A ninja must harden their heart for moments like this. Naruto, you are a killer. All ninjas are killers. It is the name of the game, Haku says almost tauntingly. His heart wasn't hardened enough to survive, so I put him out of his misery. No, Naruto shouts out, pain and anger evident in his shout. I don't believe you. You're not heartless like that, Haku. I will kill you for this. My heart will be made of iron when I'm done with you. Naruto's mindscape. Yes, feed that anger, flesh bag. Allow it to grow and use my power to kill all those around you. Use my power to destroy everything. And when you break, I will be free, the Kyuubi says gleefully. Thump thud, thump thud, thump thud. The sound reverberates through the mindscape. What is this? Where is that noise coming from? The Kyuubi asks. Be silent, weakling. Be silent, or I will end you, a voice says loudly. A sense of dread washes over the Kyuubi. Impossible. That line was ended. The last of your offspring were destroyed millennia ago. The Kyuubi shouts, fear filling his eyes. The line will never end as long as a single Uzumaki remains. Now it is time for me to come out and play, the voice says gleefully. It has been so long since I got to play. I wonder if anyone can give me a challenge like those 3 did ages ago. Real world. In seconds, an oppressive aura washes over the bridge. Sakura and Tazuna drop to the ground in a dead faint, struggling to breathe. Kakashi and Zabuza stop their fight, looking towards where the oppressive aura is coming from. Haku is on the ground in front of Naruto, struggling to stand. Naruto is looking down at the ground, shuddering. Suddenly, he looks up and lets out a blood-curdling scream, his body convulsing and eyes wide and staring. It's the Kyuubi, Kakashi thinks to himself. It is breaking free. I need to stop him now. Kakashi runs forward with a kunai in his hand, hoping to reach Naruto and end him before the Kyuubi breaks free. Kakashi suddenly dodges left as Zabuza appears before him. We're not done with our fight, Kakashi, Zabuza says. That boy has a tailed beast inside him, doesn't he? We have time, Kakashi. Time enough to finish our fight, and the victor can then put the poor boy out of his misery before the beast is fully released. We have to stop him now, Zabuza, Kakashi yells. This is the one chance I've had to kill the beast that killed my sensei. Ah, so it is revenge you seek. Revenge against the tailed beast, Zabuza says. Let me tell you a secret, Kakashi. If you kill the boy, the beast won't feel a thing. I hate to burst your little bubble world, but the boy is not the beast. Liar. You lie. Kakashi screams and charges at Zabuza. Blinded by anger, Kakashi swings his kunai wildly, never coming close to hitting Zabuza. Seeing that anger has overtaken Kakashi, Zabuza just continues to dodge and wait for an opening. Wait for it. Wait for it. Zabuza thinks to himself. There. Seeing an opening, Zabuza swings his giant sword. Kakashi, too, blinded by anger, does not see it coming. The giant cleaver slams into Kakashi's unprotected side, sending him flying into the railing of the bridge. Zabuza quickly follows up and brings the blade down on Kakashi's head flat-sided. Kakashi falls to the ground, lifelessly unconscious. Be glad I'm more honorable than you thought, Kakashi. I'm allowing you to live. Live and learn to control that anger, or it will be the death of you. Zabuza mumbles to Kakashi. Now I've got to go and save my wayward student. I fear she has bitten off more than she can chew. Inside the dome of ice, Haku stands in front of Naruto on shaking legs. Struggling to breathe through the oppressive aura Naruto is displaying. Haku looks into Naruto's eyes and is frightened by what she sees. What used to be ocean blue eyes are now pitch black. It is like staring into an abyss, Haku thinks to herself. It is as if there is no life in them anymore. A guttural voice issues forth from Naruto. Freedom at last. After 5,000 years, the seal has weakened. Haku steps back, frightened by this new change. Suddenly, a black miasma pours out of Naruto's eyes. Dripping to the ground, it slowly starts covering Naruto from head to foot. It soon forms a dome around Naruto and collapses inwards, sending out a huge shockwave that shatters Haku's ice mirrors and sends her flying down the bridge. "I've got you, Haku," Zabuza says as he catches Haku. "What is going on?" "It's Naruto. He's changed somehow. He thought I killed Sasuke, but I only put him in a death-like state," Haku replies. Naruto then screamed and started releasing this oppressive aura. At first the aura was bearable. Then it changed. "Change how?" Zabuza asks. "It grew stronger. More anger-filled," Haku replies. "Like lambs to the slaughter. Will you give me a challenge?" Zabuza, the voice asks from Naruto. "Who are you?" Zabuza asks. "That is a very long story, Zabuza. I'll give you the short version so we can get to playing," the voice replies. "I was sealed into the Uzumaki blood over 5,000 years ago. Sealed by the Sage of the Six Paths, his brother, and his secret second wife." "What?" Zabuza asks in disbelief. "The Sage is a myth. Everyone knows that the Uchiha and Senju are supposed descendants of his two sons. Yes, that is the story everyone knows. No one knew that the Sage had a secret wife, one that he had a daughter with, one that fought me and sealed me into her bloodline. I have been in the Uzumaki bloodline since that day, waiting for a time when I would be freed once again," the voice replies. "My name has been forgotten through the ages. I was once called Yawatch. You may call me Kaiser. Kaiser Utsumaki, I suppose." Zabuza pulls his sword out, preparing for the inevitable attack. Before the attack comes, he hears clapping coming from behind him. Zabuza turns and sees Gato at the end of the bridge, surrounded by 300 oddball mercenaries. "Is this all the great Zabuza can do?" Gato asks with a sneer. "I hired you to kill a bridge builder, and a child is able to stop you. Well, boys, I tell you what. Whoever brings me Zabuza's head gets his pay." The mercenaries all grin gleefully and charge towards Zabuza. "Now, this is more like it. I'll get to sate my bloodlust for now and exercise at the same time," Kaiser says gleefully. He starts running slowly at the charging mercenaries. "You're a fool if you think you can take them all on," Zabuza shouts. "Watch me, weakling. Watch and learn," Kaiser says before suddenly vanishing. In an instant, screams are heard all across the bridge as mercenaries find themselves missing arms, legs, heads, or even having holes put into their chests. Within seconds, the mercenaries are all dead. "What the hell?" Gato shouts. "Not hell, just death given form. You have oppressed these people long enough, Gato. For that you will suffer," Kaiser says from behind Gato. Gato turns around and looks up fearfully. Kaiser grips Gato by the top of his head and throws him into the air, mumbling something under his breath. Arrows appear out of nowhere and impale Gato, sending him even further into the air until he is just a speck in the distance. "Zabuza, tell the boy to train his body more. It is weak. He will be in a world of pain when he awakes. Tell his idiot sensei to not worry about the beast in the boy. That puppy will be healed in moments when I arrive. You and your student are to accompany them back to their village. You will train the boy since no one else will do it. You would do all this or else. This is your one warning," Kaiser tells Zabuza. Zabuza watches as Naruto's eyes shift from black to blue and his body fall to the ground in a heap. "Great. Well, Haku, we have our work cut out for us. Let's get started." "I do not want to be on his bad side," Zabuza says. Haku nods and walks up to Naruto and picks him up. "Take him to the bridge builder's house while I clean up here." "Yes, Tsama," Haku replies. "Haku," Zabuza starts. Haku turns and looks at him. "Never call me Sama again. You're like a daughter to me. I would have died if you had died today." Haku turns away, a small smile hidden on her face. Chapter 14. Healing and Learning the Truth. "Ugh, what hit me?" Kakashi mumbles as he sits up. He looks around and sees that he is in his room at Tezuna's home. Hearing a knock at his door, he mumbles, "Come in." Kakashi's eye widens in shock as Zabuza walks in with a tray of food and water. Seeing the shock in the Jonin's eye, Zabuza lets out a small chuckle. Take it easy, Kakashi. Our fight is over and done with. Your Genin are all alive and well. So is the bridge builder and his family, Zabuza tells him. What happened? Kakashi asks. What happened on the bridge? All I remember is trying to get to Naruto, then nothing. Oh, that's easy, Kakashi. I kicked your ass and knocked you out. You were in a rage-filled mindset. You would have killed young Naruto for no reason other than that he holds a tailed beast, Zabuza replies. What happened after that? Kakashi asks. Well, as you see, we are all alive and somewhat well. You have 4 cracked ribs and a concussion. Naruto has cracks in every bone in his body. Sasuke has a bunch of holes all over him and brooding like a spoiled princess. As for what happened, it will have to wait until we are back in your village, Zabuza replies. You're coming back with us? Kakashi asks, stunned. Yes, I don't have a choice in the matter. It is either come back with you and train Naruto, or die a horrible death at the hands of the thing inside of Naruto. And no, I do not mean the tailed beast, Zabuza tells him. Focus on healing. Once you're on your feet, we can have a litter made for Naruto and head back to the Leaf Village. How long do you think that will be? Kakashi asks. Probably within the next 2 to 3 days. By then you should be healed enough to walk unassisted. That is what we are shooting for. By the way, when we get back to the village, I am training Naruto. You fucked up his training as is. You need to focus on the broody princess and his squealing fan. He is a flight risk that you have to get control of, Zabuza says darkly. You have no choice in the matter on this. And I will be explaining to your Hokage all the facts of this mission. If you try to embellish any part of it, you will have to deal with me. Zabuza sets the food tray down and leaves the room. As Kakashi eats, he mulls over what Zabuza told him. 3 days later. After 3 days, Zabuza came to a conclusion. The Genin on Team 7 sucked. Naruto had potential. Zabuza saw that after the first day. Even with every bone in his body cracked, Naruto kept trying to get up until Haku paralyzed him with a few needles. The other 2, however, they were driving him crazy. He was constantly hounded by the Uchiha for power and beset by his wailing fangirl demanding that he give her precious Sasuke his power. After 3 days of constant nagging and glares, Zabuza was glad they were ready to leave finally. Kakashi, let's get this show on the road, Zabuza says while picking up his and Hawk's pack. Don't go yet, Kakashi-san, Zabuza-san, Tsunami says from the door. We have to say goodbye to Naruto. The boy is unconscious right now, Tsunami. He needs his rest after what he went through, Tazuna says. It's the spirit of giving thanks, Father. It will help him. Besides, the whole village will be at the bridge to say goodbye, Tsunami replies. Then we can say our goodbyes there, Tazuna says. Yes, let's get going while it is early, Haku says. She picks up an end of the litter Naruto is on. Come on, Uchiha. Pull your weight and help carry Naruto. Why should I carry the dobe? Sasuke snarls. Because I said so, Sasuke, Kakashi says sternly. If anything, it'll teach you patience and build your stamina at the same time. Remember to keep pace with Haku and do not drop him. HNN, Sasuke replies. The group heads out heading to the bridge. Passing through the village, they're stopped multiple times as villagers come up and give thanks to Naruto. You'd think he saved their village, Sasuke says. The truth is, he did, Zabuza replies. While you all were unconscious, Naruto took on a force of 300 mercenaries and killed Gato. Tell me, Uchiha, what have you done lately? I would have done it by myself without being hurt for one, Sasuke replies. And you would have died for it. You ignorant brat, Zabuza snaps back. Enough you two. We're getting to the bridge, Kakashi says. Everyone looks forward and sees the bridge is teeming with people. Signs saying, "Thank you, Naruto," are posted all over the bridge. Well, I think I have my bridge name, Tazuna says with a smile. I'm going to call the bridge the Great Naruto Bridge. It will be a symbol to future generations. Finally arriving at the bridge, the group is beset by what seems to be every villager. offering thanks to the unconscious Naruto and small gifts. Haku is more than happy to pack the gifts away for Naruto. Sasuke and Sakura look on with disdain and hate showing in their eyes. Kakashi and Zabuza see this and share a glance with each other. We will have to watch those two in the future, they both think at the same time. After what seems like hours, the group is finally allowed to press on. Well, this is one for the record books, Kakashi says. Hopefully our journey home will be quiet. Let's move out. The group walks off the bridge and into the distance. The villagers stay and watch until the group are out of sight. Kona a week later. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet? A voice can be heard sing-songing the most dreaded saying. A weary group of ninjas can be seen walking slowly towards the gates of Kona. We're there now, dope, Sasuke shouts. Now stop that incessant babbling. Oh goody, I can't wait until I'm eating ramen again, Naruto shouts gleefully from the littler he's confined in. Thank Kami this journey is almost over, Sakura grumbles. Why so glum, my cute Jinin? Kakashi asks. Naruto is happy to be home. You should be too. You wouldn't be so happy if you had to listen to his babbling all day, Sasuke shouts. That is what earplugs are for, my ignorant student, Kakashi replies with an eye smile. Halt right there and state your business, a voice shouts from the gate. Ah, Kotetsu, Izumo. It is I, Kakashi Itaki with my Jinin Team 7 and Zabuza Momochi and his student Haku. We are returning from our mission, Kakashi replies. Zabuza Momochi, Kotetsu stutters. You're going to have to relinquish any weapons you have. Naruto has all my weapons sealed in a scroll in his possession, and that is where they will stay. Zabuza replies with a mild glare at the Chunin ninja. Why yes, sir, Kotetsu replies. As long as Naruto accepts responsibility of it, we have no problem. What about your student? She's not a threat to anyone unless you make a move first, Kakashi replies. I'm taking him straight to the Hokage. He'll deal with everything. Very well, Kakashi-san, Kotetsu says. The group head towards the Hokage Tower in the center of Kona. Izumo, Kotetsu says. We need to get safer jobs. I agree, Kotetsu, Izumo replies. Hokage Tower. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, looks up from his mountain of paperwork as he hears a group of voices yelling outside his door. He gets up and opens the door to his office. He sees the Jinin Team 7 arguing with his secretary while Kakashi, a young woman, and Zabuza Momochi stand there looking on. Naruto is sitting in a wheelchair yelling at the woman, while Sasuke and Sakura are holding the boy down. What in Kami's name is going on here? Hiruzen thunders. The group immediately quiets. Hokage-sama, these people were about to barge into your office and interrupt your work, the secretary says. I assume that this team is back from a mission, Hiruzen asks the secretary. The woman nods. Then why were you barring them entrance? They have to give their report and could have information vital for our village. You had better learn fast that you do not bar my ninja from coming to me after a mission. If you continue to do so, you will find yourself out on the streets. And I don't care if your cousin is on the council or not. The secretary sits down in her chair, pale and scared at the Hokage's words. Hi, Hoket-sama. I understand, she mumbles out. Well, Team 7, get in here and report, the Hokage says sternly. The group follows him into his office and stand before his desk as he sits down. Hokage-sama, I request that a few people be added to this discussion, Kakashi says. Who do you want added to this? The Hokage asks. Kiski Uzumaki and Shikaka Nara, Kakashi replies. Very well, the Hokage says. Umbu, you heard Kakashi. Go and bring the two here immediately. Two Umbu appear before the Hokage. The bow and then vanish. Since we have a few minutes to wait, why don't you start your report, Kakashi? The Hokage says. I will end our report, Hokage-sama. I think I should allow my genin do the report so they may learn how it is done, Kakashi replies with an eye smile. Very well then, the Hokage replies. Who wants to go first? And remember, embellishments can cause you to miss information or even have severe consequences. I will start, Hokage-san. Sasuke steps forward arrogantly. The Hokage narrows his eyes at the blatant disrespect, but nods his head. Sasuke begins his story. As the Hokage listens to the wild and crazy story, he realizes that the Uchiha was insane. If the Uchiha honestly believes that the Hokage couldn't see his blatant lies, he has another thing coming. Sasuke Uchiha. The Hokage begins quietly. His office door opens to allow Kiski and Shikaku. Do you honestly believe the shit you are shoveling? That is the biggest pile of crap I've ever heard. The blatant lies you are telling can be seen from Kumobikure. The fact that your sensei is standing there and nodding makes me question his sanity. Huh, Kakashi says, stunned. You can't talk to Sasuke-kun like that, Sakura shouts. She pulls a kunai and charges the Hokage. Suddenly, she's surrounded by 6 Anbu. Her hands are forced behind her back by 2, and the other 4 have swords pointed at her neck, chest, and both femoral arteries in her legs. Anbu, take her to TNI and give her to Anko. Tell her I said Fangirl 13B protocol is authorized. Sakura Haruno, I hope that Anko can change your ways. You are quite close to being killed for insubordination and the attempted assassination of your Kage, the Hokage shouts. As for you, Sasuke Uchiha, you are to attend a daily counseling session with a Noichi Yamanaka until your insanity is curbed. Kakashi, we will talk about your training later. Sasuke, you are dismissed for now. The Anbu take Sakura and vanish. Sasuke struts out of the office after glaring at the Hokage. Well, now that the excitement is over, how about we continue and get the real story, the Hokage says. I think it'd be best if I tell the story, Hokage-sama, Zabuza says. You probably won't believe me, but it is 100% true. First thing though, Naruto is going to be under my training. Very well, the Hokage replies. I have grave news for possibly the world, Zabuza begins. It starts with Yawatch, or as he likes to call himself, Kaiser Uzumaki. Zabuza proceeds to tell them the full story of what happened on the mission to Wave Country. By the time he's done, they're all pale and shaking. Naruto is sitting calmly and looking into the Hokage's eyes. Well, it looks like you have a larger burden on your shoulders, young Naruto, Kiski says. I'll be here to help you with it, as much as I can. I think we all will, the Hokage replies. You've given me much to think about with this mission. For now, Zabuza and Haku will reside at the Uzumaki compound under the protection and order of Naruto Uzumaki. Go home and rest. We'll talk more at a later time. Chapter 15. Council Wheels and Deals. Naruto was bored. For the last 2 weeks, he's been confined to the Uzumaki compound to heal. Even with the Kyuubi's chakra speeding up his healing, it was taking longer than expected. The only entertainment he had been from Shikaka Nara coming by for a few hours every day to teach Naruto the ins and outs of the council. Naruto's respect for the man grew by leaps and bounds as he heard how the Nara clan leader cut off the council's attempts at either bankrupting Naruto or banishing him for made-up crimes against the village. Zabuza and Haku trained every day, and all Naruto could do is watch while confined to a wheelchair. Kiski put a chakra suppression seal on him the moment they arrived at the compound. It blocked Naruto from being able to use any jutsu. He was only allowed to channel chakra around his body to hopefully speed up the healing of his bones. So, instead of wasting away with nothing to do, Naruto decided to focus on learning Uzumaki Fuinjutsu. Kiski only allowed him to focus on learning how to write the kanji. If he made a mistake, Kiski made him repeat from the beginning. Kiski was a slave driver when it came to this, and Naruto understood why. Fuinjutsu could do so much. It created Kiski and even has the power to hold back the tailed beasts. Naruto. A voice pulls Naruto from his thoughts. You have to get ready for the council meeting later today, Shikaka says. I know, Nara-san. There's just so much on my mind. Plus, I have to be ready to counter anything they try and throw at me. The only reason they have failed so far is because of you. They can't outsmart a Naruto says, chuckling. That may be true, Naruto, Shikaka replies. However, it's time for you to be there for your clan now. I will always be available to give you advice and help you. I'm not the only ally you have on the council. You just have to look and help can be found. Thank you, Narasan, Naruto says with a small bow from his seat. Could you get Kiski so we could go get ready? Hi, Nachu Sikaku deeply. I know you'll do fine. Shikaku leaves Naruto to his thoughts. Zabuza, Haku, I need to speak with you, Naruto yells out. Instantly, Zabuza and Haku are standing before the young blonde. What is it, Gaki? Zabuza asks. We need to go get ready for the council meeting later today, Naruto replies. Zabuza, you are still on probation. However, since you are under my clan's protection, I know a way for us to have a bit of fun with the council. How so? Zabuza asks. Well, you have to dress in your Jonin uniform and have your sword on your back. You can't have any other weapons on you, Naruto replies. I found an old law that allows a clan head to attend meetings with a bodyguard present. You will be my guard. Haku, I must ask that you dress in a light blue kimono with the Uzumaki clan symbol on it. You must not have any weapons on you at all. We will be going together and present a united front to the council. Kiski has also found the Momochi clan symbol, if you'd like that on the kimono. It'll have to be below the Uzumaki crest, though. I'd like that, Naruto-sama, Haku replies quietly. Go and get ready then, Naruto replies. Zabuza, here is your sword. Please make sure it shines and is in proper working condition. Hi, Naruto-sama, Zabuza says with a smile. He takes the scroll Naruto hands him and runs off to his room. Haku bows to Naruto and heads to her room. Are you ready, Naruto? Kiski asks. I'm about as ready as I'll ever be, Kiski, Naruto replies. I think I'll go with the dark blue kimono, the one you added the nine-tailed fox to the front breast pocket. Are you sure? Kiski asks. Seeing Naruto's nod, he pushes Naruto to his room to help him get ready for the meeting. This will be an interesting meeting. You'll cause quite a bit of ruckus, Naruto, Kiski thinks to himself. Council meeting chamber. The group stood outside the doors to the council chambers. Naruto looked everyone over looking for anything that would be frowned upon. On seeing that everyone was presentable, he nodded to Zabuza. Zabuza walked forward and slammed the council doors open. Everyone's eyes are drawn to the group of 5 people. Kiski pushes Naruto's wheelchair into the chambers. Haku keeping step beside Naruto, and Zabuza falls in place behind and to the left of Naruto. What is the meaning of this, boy? Mibuki Haruno screeches. Why do you have a ninja with a sword, and who is the woman beside you? Haruno-san, you will call me by my title as dictated in the clan charter of this village, Naruto says sternly. As for my companions, this is Zabuza Momochi, my guard. The young lady is his daughter, Haku Momochi. Why are you allowed a guard? Uzumaki-san, Koharu Yuditane asks. As far as I know, there is no law that allows you to come into this chamber with a guard so armed. Normally you would be correct, Yuditane-san, Naruto replies. However, in my perusal of learning the laws of the council, so I can better serve the village, I came across a law that was instated back when Hokage-sama first took up the title of Hokage. It states that a clan head may have one guard with him at all times in the village. But this is the council chambers, boy, Mibuki says. You are not allowed to have a guard in here. Are these chambers located in the village of Kanahagakure? Naruto asks. Or are these chambers located somewhere else in the world? You are correct, Uzumaki-san, Koharu replies. And thank you for pointing out the law without being sarcastic about it. Not a problem, Yuditane-san, Naruto says. Now, for the last 2 weeks, Shikakannara has told me what this council has attempted to do to the Uzumaki clan and its resources. I'm here to tell you that your wheeling and dealing stops. If you persist, then you will face the might of the laws that were laid down by the Hokage when this village was formed. What do you mean, Uzumaki-san, the Hokage asks. What I mean is the blatant disrespect this council has shown me all because of something I had nothing to do with. To blame me for the QB attack would be like blaming Sasuke for the Second Ninja War. This council will treat me with respect and respect my wishes. As for what I am going to do to improve this village, that is quite simple. I noticed on my walk here that there are quite a few buildings in disrepair. I also walked by the orphanage where I was housed in the first few years of my life. Want to know what I saw there? What did you see, Uzumaki-san? Danzo Shimura asks, his curiosity showing. I saw an orphanage that was too small to house the amount of children they have. Thus, I propose to buy a few of the buildings that are in disrepair and repair them. Turn them into a larger orphanage for our young to grow, Naruto replies. And how do you plan on coming up with the funds needed to do this, boy? A fat merchant says, sneering. Well, that is quite easy considering I own 57% of the market where your stores are located, Naruto replies with a smile. The funds come from the rent you and your fellow merchants have been paying my clan for the last 60 years. The faces of the council pale at this revelation. They know that Naruto could essentially cut off funding for the market and throw the village into disarray if he wanted to. How long do you think this would take, Uzumaki-san? Inoichi Yamanaka asks. Oh, it is already in place to get started. The repairs could be made within a month. Within a month and a half, we could have a new, larger orphanage open to the public, Naruto replies. That isn't all I plan to bring to this village, Yamanaka-san. I have an idea to improve village security. How is that? Uzumaki-san, the Hokage asks. Well, no one here can doubt that when the Uchiha clan handled the police force that internal strife was extremely low, Naruto begins. Various people nod at his statement. However, in the years since the Uchiha massacre, there has been no internal police force other than Umbu. What I propose to the council is to create a set of teams. These teams will be made up of Hyuga, Yamanaka, Nara, Aburame, and Inazuka clan members. This way the teams will be balanced and cover any contingency. Why only those clans? Uzumaki-san, Choza Ikimichi asks. That is because those clans have clan members who are not doing anything for the village at the moment, Ikimichi-san, Naruto replies. I beg to differ, Uzumaki-san. The Hyuga are always working for the village, Hayashi Hyuga says, standing and glaring at Naruto. I do not doubt your clan's devotion to this village, Hyuga-san, Naruto replies with a small bow. All I said was that you have clan members who are not going on missions or anything. Currently, the only members your clan sends out on missions are from the branch family of the Hyuga. This means that currently there are quite an abundance of main branch members who are available and able to do what I have proposed. You do make a good point, Uzumaki-san, Shikaku says. Uzumaki-san's idea has merit, and he is correct that the clans he mentioned have able-bodied members who would be perfect for the role. Very well, we'll put to a vote. Since this is an internal clan matter, the clans will be the only ones allowed to vote. I amend that Shikaku Nara be the head of the new internal security force, the Hokage says. The clan heads all nod at his suggestion. The Hokage calls for a vote, and soon everyone votes for Naruto's plan. Well, we will give Nara-san a few weeks to implement this new system, the Hokage says. Uzumaki-san, thank you for pointing out a flaw in our village and showing us a way to fix that flaw. The Hokage stands up and bows towards Naruto. The rest of the clan heads follow suit. I believe that is all for this meeting of the council. I propose that we meet in another month to see how things have been implemented. I bid you all a good day. The Hokage stands up and walks out of the council chamber. Unknown location. A lone figure is walking down a dark hallway. His face is half covered in bandages, only allowing his mouth and one eye to be visible. He walks slowly with the aid of cane, one arm tucked into his robe covered in bandages. He is Danzo Shimura, Hokage advisor and past teammate of Hiruzen Sarutobi and Koharu Udatane. He is known worldwide as the Ruthless Shadow or as a Warhawk. None of those titles bother him one bit. All he cares about is the glory of the village, the strength of the village. Damn Uzumaki. He completely knocked the wind out of the council sails with just 2 moves. First, he catered to their humanity, then he catered to their need to feel safe. Danzo thinks to himself, I can't make a move on him at this time. He is too well protected. With both Momochi's and Kiski, he's basically untouchable. Danzo comes to a door and opens it. There in the middle of the room, tied down to the floor, is Kakashi Hitaki. Kakashi, you have failed me. You were supposed to make sure Uzumaki was beat down enough for my forces to take him in Wave Country, Danzo states. You failed to curb the insanity of the Uchiha and the fangirl Haruno. You had a simple job. Focus on those two genin and leave the Uzumaki alone. He was supposed to be weak, yet he is stronger than expected. I am sorry, Danzo-sama Kakashi Mambas. He had training before he was in the academy from Kiski Uzumaki. I know this, Kakashi, Danzo replies. You were supposed to ignore the boy and render him unable to fight after you won your battle against Zabuza Momochi. You failed. Zabuza beat you and was strong enough to engage anyone who would have captured the Uzumaki at that time. You failed this village. You, who were supposed to be an A-ranked ninja, got beat by an A-ranked missing nin. You had more training than Zabuza. Zabuza should have been weaker than you by constantly being on the run. Yet he beat you. What do you want me to do? Danzo-sama, Kakashi asks. Do nothing. The Hokage will deal with you, and you will take his punishment without protest. You have failed me, and you have failed as a Jonin sensei. Your own sensei would be disappointed in you. Just be glad the Uzumaki doesn't know his connection to your sensei yet, Danzo replies. You're dismissed. Do not come back here until I call for you. Aye, Danzo-sama, Kakashi says and vanishes in Shunshin. Months of planning destroyed by that idiot, Kakashi, Danzo thinks to himself. This will take careful planning. For now, we will have to be quiet. With the new orphanage, people will keep a closer eye on the children. That will hurt recruitment. I wouldn't put it past Kiski to place seals to protect the children from us. Danzo turns and leaves the room, walking off into the darkness. Streets of Kanahagakure. Naruto and his group exit the Hokage Tower and start heading towards the Uzumaki clan compound. Zabuza and Haku are giggling and laughing at the antics of the council. Did you see that fat lard's face when Naruto mentioned he owned over half of the marketplace? Zabuza asks. I wish I had a camera. It was priceless. It is funny, Zabuza-sama, Haku replies. Before she can continue, Hayashi Hyuga steps in front of the group. Uzumaki-san, may I speak with you? Hayashi asks. Yes, Hyuga-san, Naruto asks. I request a meeting with you tonight at your clan compound. Uzumaki-san, Hayashi says. Just what is this meeting about, and who will be present? Naruto asks. The meeting is about something sensitive and would be best talked about behind doors, Hayashi replies. I will be there with my daughter, Hinata Hyuga, my nephew, Niji Hyuga, and Hinata's bodyguard, Ko Hyuga. Very well, Hyuga-san, Naruto replies. Will this be a formal meeting or casual? And what time would you like to meet? The dress will be formal, I'm afraid. And we'd like to meet shortly after 6 p.m. I figured it would give us all time to eat our evening meals and be relaxed for the meeting, Hayashi says. Very well, Naruto says. We will be ready for you at 6:30 this evening. Good day to you, Hyuga-san. Good day to you as well, Uzumaki-san, Hayashi replies and turns around to head to his clan compound. Kiski, do you have any idea what this is about? Naruto asks. No, Naruto. I know your mother was close friends with Hayashi's wife, Kiski replies. Yet, I do not have any idea what this could be about. Uzumaki clan compound, Naruto's study. Naruto sat at his desk in his study. Kiski stood behind him. In front of Naruto sat Hayashi and Hinata Hyuga. Standing slightly behind the two are Niji and Ko Hyuga. Well, Hyuga-san, you requested this meeting, Naruto says. What is so important that we have to meet like this? Uzumaki-san, your mother and my wife were quite close growing up. They were best friends and spent a lot of time together, Hayashi begins. When your mother heard the news of my wife's pregnancy, she was overjoyed. This was shortly after your mother learned she was pregnant with you. When the doctors notified both my wife and your mother of the sex of the babies and the estimated due date, that is when your mother started pestering the Hyuga clan with a plan. What plan are you talking about? Hyuga-sen, Naruto asks. The proposed plan was a betrothal between the Uzumaki clan and the Hyuga clan. Your mother proposed that you be betrothed to my daughter, Hinata, Hayashi replies. Hinata's eyes widen at the words of her father. Only her upbringing prevented her from squealing at the news. Your mother hounded me until in September of the year you were born. I finally broke down and signed a betrothal agreement with her. I am here to honor that agreement. Hayashi stands and bows to Naruto. The whole room is silent at the revelation. Then, thump. Everyone turns to see Hinata passed out on the floor. I believe we have a lot of talking to do before we are satisfied with the agreement, Hyuga-sen, Naruto says. I'm not going to say no because it will bring dishonor to my clan. However, there will be stipulations. Is that understood? Hi, Uzumaki-sen, Hayashi says. I would have it no other way. Uzumaki compound, Naruto's study. Naruto watched from the window as the Hyuga party left, Hayashi carrying his daughter. Naruto turns around and sits at his desk. Well, what do you think? Naruto asks Kiski. This is an unexpected situation, Naruto, Kiski replies. Although it is both a good and bad situation. On the bad side, you and I know that the Hyuga clan will demand that Hinata and any children she may be branded with their seal. I'll have to go through the Uzumaki archives here to see if we can nip that idea before it takes fruit. On the plus side, you'll have a few more people added to the Uzumaki clan. Hayashi won't allow Hinata to be without protection. We'll have to wait and see what Hayashi will exactly do. Also, you'll have to deal with a young woman who is infatuated with you, Kiski says. You're talking about how Hinata used to follow me when I was younger, Naruto replies. I never caught her until you trained me enough to sense others around me. It'll be problematic at first for sure. That isn't even taking into account the issue you're currently having with Yawatch and your bloodline becoming stronger, Kiski replies. Well, I guess I'll just tackle it like any other Uzumaki. I'll just charge forward, Naruto replies. Tomorrow go searching in the archives for what you need. Tomorrow night, we'll have a meeting with the Hyuga clan council. Good night, Kiski. Good night, Naruto-san, Kiski replies as Naruto heads for his bedroom. Hyuga clan compound meeting room. Naruto and Kiski had a late breakfast after Kiski came out of the Uzumaki archives. In a slight rush, they ran to the Hyuga compound to make it to the meeting on time. Now, they sit in the meeting room waiting for Hayashi and Hinata to come in. A few of the Hyuga council glared at Naruto when he first came in. He ignored them and just sat quietly. Glare all you want, you pompous bastards, Naruto thought to himself. You'll be eating crow by the time the Uzumaki clan is done here today. Naruto glanced up at the sound of a door sliding open. Hayashi, Hinata, and Ko stepped into the room. I apologize for being late, Hayashi started. I had to take a bit of extra time setting up guard rotations for my younger daughter, Hanabi. I am sorry you have waited so long, Uzumaki-san. Naruto and Kiski stood and bowed to Hayashi. It was no problem, Hyuga-san. We are patient and no important issues crop up from time to time, and it is best to deal with them then and there, Naruto said. You are young and wise, Uzumaki-san. Please be seated, Hayashi replied, taking his seat at the head of the table. Hayashi, why is this boy here? One of the older council members asked. Uzumaki-san is here to honor a contract the Hyuga clan made with the Uzumaki clan, Hayashi replied. And the next person who shows disrespect to Uzumaki-san will find out just how talented I am in Juken. The older members of the council looked down at the table in shame and straightened their backs more. Now, on to why we're here. We are here to announce the betrothal of Naruto Uzumaki to Hinata Hyuga in accordance to the marriage contract written and signed by myself, my late wife, and Uzumaki-san's parents. Naruto perked up at hearing this. I know you'd like to know who your father is, Uzumaki-san, Hayashi began, seeing the longing look in Naruto's eyes. However, I can't disclose who your father is because of his signature on the contract being protected by seals of a strength I have never seen. I do know who your father is, but because of a promise I made, I can't tell you. I am sorry, Uzumaki-san. I understand the need to know who your father is. Hayashi bowed his head towards Naruto, shame showing in his eyes. I understand, Hyuga-san. Can you at least tell me if you loved me? Naruto asked. From the moment he found out your mother was pregnant, he never went a day without saying how excited he was at the prospect of becoming a father. He would go on for hours about the things he would teach you, Hayashi replied. When was this contract made? Hayashi, a council member, asked. It was made a few months before Uzumaki-san's birth, Hayashi replied. What if we refuse to allow this to happen? Another council member asked. Then you would bring shame and dishonor to this clan, something I would not allow to happen. It was the wish of true friends of the Hyuga clan that this contract be honored. I will honor it without your approval, Hayashi said sternly. Very well, Hayashi. We will honor the contract. We'll start preparations to place the caged bird seal onto Hinata, a council member said, a gleam showing in his eyes. Like hell you will, Naruto said standing. Hyuga-san, may I have the floor? I have some things to bring up with the Hyuga clan about honor and contracts. Yes, you may, Uzumaki-san, Hayashi replied. Thank you, Hyuga-san, Naruto said with a slight bow to Hayashi. We all know that Konoha was founded around 70 years ago, correct? He got nods from everyone at the table. And before that time, it was known as the Warring Clan time. Is this also correct? More nods. Well, the Uzumaki clan always had an extensive history archive. They wrote down pretty much everything. Kiski found this contract in the archive. It is between the Uzumaki clan and the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan asked the Uzumaki clan for help. Any guesses as to what that help was for? My guess is that it had something to do with seals and possibly protecting the Hyuga clan bloodline, Hayashi said, a small smile on his face. You would be correct, Hyuga-san, Naruto replied. The Uzumaki clan was asked to create a seal that would protect the bloodline from being stolen. They created a seal that would be placed at the back of the neck. The seal was small, about the size of a mole. Ko-san, you are from the branch family of the Hyuga clan, correct? Naruto got a nod in response. Do you have the cage bird seal, and can you show it to me? Hi, Uzumi-san, go deeply. He stood and removed his headband, showing the caged bird seal across his forehead. Kiski, is that the original seal the Uzumaki clan gave the Hyuga clan? Naruto asked. Kiski got up and looked closely at the seal on KO's forehead. No, this is not the original seal, Kiski replied. Hayashi-sen, would you flip your hair up and show us the back of your neck, please? Naruto asked. Why, Uzumaki-sen, Hayashi asked. I want to see if my suspicions are correct, Naruto replied. Hayashi nodded and held his hair up to bare his neck. Kiski moved over behind him and looked closely at his neck. Your suspicions are correct, Naruto-sama, Kiski replied. What is the meaning of this? A council member asked. Why have you asked these questions? I have asked these questions because I have proof that the Hyuga clan has dishonored a contract. I have proof the Hyuga clan altered an Uzumaki seal. I have proof the Hyuga clan have continued to use the unaltered seal on clan heads at least, Naruto said angrily. What do you mean, Uzumaki-san? What proof can you show me? Hayashi asked. Take a look at this, Hyuga-san, Naruto said, handing a piece of paper over to him. Hayashi looked down at the paper. Contract of employment. In the third month of the year 995, we, the Uzumaki clan, have been approached by members of the Hyuga clan for a matter of protecting their bloodline with a seal. We, the Uzumaki clan, have developed a small seal that will be applied at the back of the neck. It is no larger than a mole and will protect the Hyuga clan bloodline from theft even after death. The seal will destroy the eyes of the Hyuga if the eyes are forcefully taken or the member has passed away. We, the Uzumaki clan, honor this agreement with the Hyuga clan. Jinkini Uzumaki. We, the Hyuga clan, honor this agreement and agree to not alter the seal in any way. Hibiki Hyuga. Hayashi looked up after reading the contract. Shock showed on his normally emotionless face. Is this true? Hayashi asked. Is this contract real? Yes, Hyuga-sama, it is, Kiski replied. That contract was made over 120 years ago. As you can see, it was a contract of honor. The Uzumaki clan upheld their part and their honor. However, by looking at the supposed caged bird seal, you can see the Hyuga clan has not upheld the agreement. And I have the original seal on the back of my neck, Hayashi asked. Yes, you have the original seal that the Uzumaki clan created for the Hyuga clan, Kiski replied. Naruto-sama asked me last night how a clan heir could be a ninja without a seal to protect your bloodline. It made no sense to either of us to allow a clan heir or a clan head to be a ninja without some form of protection from kidnapping or theft of your eyes. When could this seal be applied? Hayashi asked, glaring at his father. It could have been applied shortly after birth, Kiski replied. There would have been no danger to the child to have the seal applied. Hayashi stood up, killing intent radiating from him. Who here knew of the original seal? Hayashi shouted. Who here knew of this? 3 of the 12 council members refused to meet Hayashi's eyes. Hayashi's father, Himsha, stood up. Son, I tell you now that I had no knowledge of this. I know we don't see eye to eye on a lot of issues, but I know you remember your uncle who was forced into the branch house because of me being born first, just like your twin brother. If I knew of the truth, I would have done something about it before now. Thank you, Uzumaki-san, for bringing this to light. Understand that I will do whatever the Uzumaki clan asks of me to regain the honor of the Hyuga clan. He bowed deeply towards Naruto. This changes everything, Uzumaki-san, Hayashi said. Kiski-san, are you knowledgeable enough in seals to remove the caged bird seal? Yes, I am, Hyuga-san, Kiski replied. And I know how to apply the original seal, also. Thank you, Kiski-san, Hayashi says with a small nod. Turning to Naruto, Hayashi gets down before the young man and bows with his head on the floor. Uzumaki-san, the Hyuga clan has brought shame and dishonor upon itself, and the Uzumaki clan with the alteration of the seal. Tell me what the Hyuga clan must do to rectify this and regain our honor. Naruto sat down in front of Hayashi and placed his hand on the man's shoulders, gently lifting him up until they sat eye to eye. Hyuga-san, what the Uzumaki clan requires is the removal of the caged bird seal and the placement of the original seal on every member of the Hyuga clan. We also require that there no longer be a branch house. From now on, the Hyuga clan will be whole. No longer will someone lord over someone else. Everyone is family and must be treated with respect and honor. We require the Hyuga clan to reward those of the previous branch house for their years of loyal service and allow 6 elders to be placed on this council to voice their opinions. We ask of you to destroy every note on the caged bird seal. It is an affront to the Uzumaki clan and a painful reminder for the Hyuga clan. Do all this and heal your full family, Hyuga-san. Do all this and bring honor back to the Hyuga clan. Hayashi sat with tears streaming out of his eyes. Never once while Naruto spoke did he attempt to wipe them away. I ask that you and Kiski-san honor the Hyuga clan and stay the night. Tomorrow we will have a full clan meeting and bring to light everything that has been spoken about today. We would be honored to be here, Hyuga-san. We will stay until the branch members have the new seal, Naruto replied.